You are listening to KLRN Radio, where liberty and reason still reign.
Hi, I'm Jay Farner, CEO of Quicken Loans, America's largest mortgage lender. Spring will be here soon, so if buying a new home is on your to-do list, right now is the time to call Quicken Loans. Learn about which mortgage options make sense for you and get a jump on your competition. With our exclusive Rate Shield approval, the low rate you lock today is protected for up to 90 days while you shop for your new home. With a Rate Shield approval, if rates go up, your low rate stays locked. But if rates go down, you get that new, even lower rate. Either way, you win. Talk to us today at 800-QUICKEN or go to rocketmortgage.com to take advantage. Here's another great reason to work with us. For a record 9 years in a row, J.D. Power has ranked Quicken Loans highest in the nation in customer satisfaction for primary mortgage origination. Again, to lock in today's low mortgage interest rate and get the security of our exclusive Rate Shield approval, call us today at 800-QUICKEN or go to rocketmortgage.com.
For J.D. Power award information, visit jdpower.com. Rate Shield approval only valid on certain 30-year fixed-rate loans. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender. License in all 50 states. NMLS number 3030.
Hi, welcome to this Subway ad for the new Sesame Ginger Glazed Chicken Signature Wrap. How would you like it?
I'll take a...
Sports announcer at home?
Yeah, how'd you...
We just know.
My wife picks up the new signature wrap. It's got double the rotisserie-style chicken mix with a sesame ginger glaze. She appears annoyed at me, but she shrugs it off. Those sweet and savory flavors are calling her name. She lifts the wrap and she takes the bite! Incredible! And now she's closing the door on my... Subway, make it what you want.
Limited time only at participating restaurants. Double meat based on average 6-inch sub.
My son was in the Army back during Desert Storm, but even then he wanted an MBA. He looked at a dozen schools, but only one offered the online education and flexibility he needed while he was in a tent in Iraq, Grantham University. Turns out that Grantham's been delivering affordable, relevant college and advanced degrees for over 65 years. Heck, if they can deliver a quality education to a soldier in a tent overseas, think about the flexibility Grantham can offer you so you can earn your degree too. It doesn't matter how complicated or full your life is. If getting a degree is on your bucket list, you'll want to do what my son did. You'll want to call Grantham. Find out how easy it is to get started on your education so you can check that college degree off your bucket list. Call Grantham right now, 800-910-1370. That's 800-910-1370. Flexible, affordable, relevant. Call 800-910-1370.
Tired of paying outrageous prices for Viagra? Well, we have great news for you. Now you can finally get Viagra at huge discounts. Healthy Man allows you to save up to $500 on Viagra. Why pay U.S. pharmacy prices of $15 per pill or more when you can get Viagra for less than $3 a pill? Call today and get 40 Viagra pills for only $99. This can cost as much as $600 at your local pharmacy. You can't afford not to call us. If you want Viagra at the lowest prices, never pay $15 a pill pharmacy prices again. Get Viagra for less than $3 a pill. Call 1-800-516-7602 today and save up to $500 and get 40 pills for just $99. Healthy Man is fast, easy, and affordable. Operators are waiting at 1-800-516-7602 to take your call right now. Call 1-800-516-7602. That's 1-800-516-7602. Again, 1-800-516-7602.
Attention business owners and independent contractors. This is a money-saving message from Tax Mediation Services. If your business owes $20,000 or more in taxes, we can help you today, right now. Listen, dealing with the IRS is no picnic. It's an intimidating and extremely stressful process, and you don't want to go it alone. Our attorneys know every law, every tax break, and every possible opportunity to help you resolve and reduce your tax debt. And if you owe more than $20,000, you may be at the top of their hit list. So don't take your tax debt lightly, because it will not go away on its own. The IRS can seize your bank accounts, your home, and even shut down your business. Call our tax experts today at 1-800-783-0810 and let us deal with the IRS while you focus on your business. That's 1-800-783-0810. Again, that's 800-783-0810.
In uncertain times, we could use someone to lean on. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Oklahoma will stand by you with plan options to fit your budget. If you've recently lost your job, had a baby, or moved, you can still get the healthcare coverage you and your family need. Financial help may be available for those who qualify. Call 855-452-BLUE or visit hereforyouok.com to see if you're eligible to enroll. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Oklahoma, a division of Healthcare Service Corporation, a mutual legal reserve company.
The following program contains coarse language and adult themes. Listener discretion is advised.
Welcome to the program. I almost said good morning. Anyway, welcome to the program. This is the inaugural episode of what I call the Quintessential 80s Podcast. It is hosted by myself and my former morning show co-host, Stacey Lennox. It'll be every Tuesday at about this time. We're going to try to get closer to starting at like 7 Eastern, but as usual, the computer and Skype hated me, so we're a little bit late. But we're here, we're live, and it's whatever. So whatever. Good evening, Stacey. How are you?
I'm doing fine. I got back into the chat, which was weird. Not sure why that was such a problem. Yeah, we didn't do such a good job advertising it, I guess.
Well, I mean, part of it was we just decided to do this on like last Thursday. So,
right.
I'm honestly proud of ourselves because we did like 6 weeks worth of what normal prep work is in like 4 days. So we like have a show page, we have graphics, all of it was done in like days instead of weeks. So yeah, it just proves that we've done this a time or 3. But anyway, so we're here, and this is going to be the podcast where we pretty much talk about whatever the hell we want. Of course, probably mostly political, because it's kind of what we do, and the world is crazy right now. Which is kind of why we both decided there needs to be a Gen X style podcast, because everybody's into appeasement lately, and I'm just over it. It's like,
no,
whatever.
No. My goal is to be the immovable object.
Pretty much.
Like, whatever ground I am standing on today is this is mine, and I'm not moving. Boys cannot be girls.
Girls cannot be boys.
You can't grow anything in a human womb but a baby. It is not a clump of cells. And Joe Biden has dementia.
Oh boy, Joe Biden and dementia, isn't that the truth? I swear.
Do you realize Joe Biden has been in Congress longer than you and I have been alive?
I don't want to talk about that because I just turned 49. I'm fucking old.
I'm 49 too.
I know. That's what I'm saying.
But I'm saying he's been a creature of the DC swamp longer than we have been alive.
The difference is you make 49 look like 25. I make 49 look like 96. So there's that.
Oh, now stop.
Just saying.
Stop.
I know the
my
chat
goodness.
heard me. Chat, tell me I'm wrong. I know the chat heard me. Chat, tell me I'm wrong, because you know I'm not. Anyway.
Okay. Well, I don't look as good as I used to, but I don't look as bad as I could. How's that?
Whatever.
I credit the collagen.
Nice.
I'm taking old lady supplements.
Nice.
So, a lot of stuff going on.
Oh, yeah. A lot.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. The gun grabbers are back.
Well, yeah, because, Joe Biden's now decided he's going to try to ban 9mm. Fun times.
Right.
Because, 9mm are like rip a lung out of the body and shit.
Oh, my God. I was listening to that. I'm like, what are you even talking about?
He doesn't know. I mean, folks, in my honest opinion, there are valid reasons that a 9mm probably should be banned. because there's things people that are novices to guns don't understand when they start shooting a gun like that. Because the simple fact of the matter is, unless you're using a specific type of ammo that is designed to stop, let's just say for the sake of argument, you have an intruder and you have a 9mm, and the last thing you were shooting was full metal target loads. If you shoot an intruder with that, it's going to go through the intruder, go through at least 2 other walls, and finally probably come to rest at the outside of your house in a brick wall. Because 9mm don't ever stop. That's why most people that carry them either carry frangible ammo or something else that actually breaks up inside the human body to try to make sure that it doesn't continue to travel. So if you don't understand the weapon you're carrying, you probably shouldn't be carrying it. Joe Biden obviously does not understand what a 9mm does because it in no way, shape, or form rips organs from the body.
Well, and I guess he's never seen the movie. Oh, good. The bullet went clean through. You would much rather have a bullet go clean through and not hit anything important than have to pick pieces of it out.
Pretty much. That was the other thing. At least with a 22, it'll bounce around in there, blah, blah, blah. That's actually
it'll bounce around in your lungs.
That's actually one of the most dangerous weapons around. Because of the fact that if it enters the body, it rarely leaves.
Oh, I was just like, okay, that's not how any of this works. Like, none of it. And I love these people. Well, your Second Amendment is fine as long as you don't think you need an AR-15. And I just respond, I'm like, fine, I'll get another semi-automatic rifle, 22 rifle, with wood grain that doesn't look so scary so you won't have to piss your pants. Like, what are you even talking about? There's dozens of guns that operate the exact same way in all ways that matter.
They just don't look as scary.
I know that they're not black, and you can't put a bayonet on the end, and da-da-da-da-da. My favorite, who was ranting the other day? Somebody was ranting. Like, yeah, nobody's taking that. And, like, that's not a weapon of war. If you're in the military and you whip out an AR-15, you're going to die.
Yeah, trust me. If you're going up against the military with an AR-15, stay home.
Yep. Pretty please. But, I mean, I do have to say that all of this stuff coming out, like, I don't even know what to believe coming out of this Uvalde shooting right now.
See, and that's kind of where I am, because the story keeps changing, and none of it's good. And I'm just like...
None of it's good. And did you hear Greg Abbott earlier today?
I did. I heard about what Greg Abbott said, but I did not hear Greg Abbott. No.
Oh, Greg Abbott is ticked off. He's like, I came out in this room, I told these families what I was briefed, and now none of it's right. None of it's right.
And that's just it. You have to be able to trust the people that are briefing you that they're getting valid information. And the issue is, all of the different law enforcement branches involved in this went into CYA way too soon. The other thing, which, now granted, most of the policies that we're about to discuss came into place well after I was no longer carrying a badge or a gun. But from my limited understanding, because when I went into private security and investigations work and all that stuff, I actually kept up with a lot of the training because we would take comparable courses, especially for those of us that did like executive protection, things like that. So my understanding, at least up until this instance, is typically no matter who is on scene first, as the higher ranking departments come on scene, they're supposed to take ultimate control of the scene. That's how it's always worked, to my understanding. That's not how it worked here. The school police chief kept control of the scene the entire time, and even kept telling like the highway patrolmen that were there, and even the border patrol TAC team came in to try to help, and he even told them to stand down. And eventually, the border patrol folks said, "Screw it, we're going in anyway." But to me, that's backwards.
You would think it's backwards. Like, it would seem when more better trained, more experienced teams and folks come on site, they would take over, because I think that's even what happens in the military.
Well, that's exactly what happens. I mean, anytime like you're watching, these true crime shows or even some of the stuff that's scripted, like all the cops always throw in a fit when the FBI comes on scene or when the state police get there. That's because technically, at least in every other circumstance that I've ever been familiar with, when the higher ranking agency comes on scene, they assume control. Or it at least becomes a tandem situation to where they have to work together. But I've never seen... So I mean, and again, I'm not trying to talk down to anyone, but let's face it, being the chief of the police for a school district would be tantamount to being chief of the Metro Police in New York, the ones that deal with like subway cops. So we're talking about different animals. And what concerns me about all of this is you had even those people were saying, well, the only reason that it took him so long to get into the building was we had a campus cop on site who engaged him. That wasn't true. There was no campus police officer there. He basically just strolled right into the building. So explain that part to me as well. With all of the safety precautions we supposedly have in place to make sure that strangers can't just walk into a school anymore, how was he able to just walk in? What happened? Where did that breakdown come from? That's the first thing I want to know. Second thing,
I look at. When you're talking about a town of 16,000 people, like my bet is most rural schools don't have cops sitting there. You know what I mean? I think the level of security you're going to get at a school district varies greatly depending on what part of the country you're in.
Well, I mean...
That's just me.
I would assume it wouldn't be too much different than here. I mean, since we're talking about the state that's directly north of me, and I live in a town of, well, I live in the outskirts of two towns, one of a population of approximately 500, the other one of a population of approximately 3,500. Each of the schools have campus cops that are present the entire day.
Yeah, I mean, I know my kid's school does, but we've got like probably close to 50,000 people living here now in the county.
But yeah, so I mean, it's just one of those things where, again, that's my first concern is I don't understand how when the higher ranking agencies came on the scene that they didn't do the stepladder of control like they always do. Or at least, at some point look at the campus cop chief and say, look, man, we're doing this anyway. There's no reason. I mean, look, the thing about it is, after Columbine, all of the paradigm shifted because it used to be exactly what happened there. The assumption was that they were going to get people in place, they were going to do what they needed to do to contain the situation and then deal with it. When Columbine happened, we're talking about almost 30 years ago at this point, that paradigm shifted. It became get in there, contain the shooter, deal with the shooter, whatever you've got to do, deal with the rest of it later. That's been the paradigm federally, state, and even locally since Columbine. So the fact that there was this huge breakdown and all these different stories about what supposedly was happening coming from the actual people that were supposed to be in charge, and the only reason we know differently is because of cell phone cameras, this is another reason why it's really hard when you're on the side of the police to keep trying to beat the drum about how great they do their jobs and this, that, and the other, because the one time they really had a chance to shine and everybody's looking, we see them standing around doing nothing and trying to arrest people that are willing to go get their kids.
Yeah, I mean, some of those stories were super disturbing. I mean, can you imagine being a parent out there? Like, what are you doing?
I mean, there was literally a woman who was handcuffed, who was removed from handcuffs eventually, who then managed to sneak into the school and rescue her two children, and then got back out again. That would have been the parent I would have been if I were there. Because nobody's going to tell me that I can't save my kids, especially if you're not going to be the one. If you're not going to be the one willing to do it, because the simple fact of the matter is that's what you guys signed up for. I get that. Nobody. I mean, trust me. I used to do this for a living. I did it for years, and then I did it again in the private sector. Nobody wants to not go home. That's not what I'm saying. But when you put on a badge and a gun, you're making a contract with the public, whether you're doing it as a private security officer or whether you're doing it as a police officer, because when they see that uniform, they see you as a first responder. And the simple fact of the matter is, when you don't do your job, you're letting everybody down. And I don't care what anybody says, and I get how sticky everything's been at the federal level and how everybody's afraid they're going to step on toes and this, that, and the other. But at the end of the day, the cops should have stepped up.
Well, I mean, that's what they're there for. And what I don't understand is all of the delays when the more experienced folks with different and more, I mean, you had the Border Patrol tactical team there.
And they're the ones that eventually said, screw it, we're going in. But
they're the ones that eventually said, screw it, we're going in. But prior to that, they were being held outside and told not to, like, what are you doing? These people know the drill. They like face international crime organizations every day. Like, what are you doing? What are you thinking? And why are you trying to maintain charge of a situation that clearly has you like back on your heels? It was just, wow. The stuff I was hearing today just had me like, whoa.
Well, I mean, and that's honestly the biggest part of it. And forgive my language for a second, but it ultimately becomes a pissing contest between the jurisdictions. And for some reason, the folks in higher position were abdicating the authority to the campus cops. Now, I don't know if that's how it's supposed to work there, but I've never heard of it working that way.
Mm-hmm.
And
well, I mean, I don't know. I'm like working on a story right now where it seems like school police officers are all powerful. So,
well, that could be terrifying in and of itself. But
I'm literally working on a story right now that everybody should read because it's a mom in my local community who has literally been barred from all school district properties for saying 2 sentences out of turn at a school board meeting.
Wow.
She was a substitute teacher and she votes at a local school, but she can no longer go to her daughter's events without requesting permission. She is barred from, as a taxpayer and a parent, is barred from all school board meetings. I have the video. She literally uttered out loud a thought. When the board member who was speaking said what, she repeated it, and then she said nothing more. And then she was surrounded by 3 cops, escorted out. She asked in the vestibule where she could wait for the other parents to talk to them after the meeting. They said if she didn't leave, she'd be charged with trespassing on public property. And then gets a certified letter that's like a restraining order for all school district properties, and she has no right to appeal and no day in court. So it's kind of like, I'm like totally on the side of my county sheriff. I understand that he's elected and he takes an oath to the Constitution. Police officers, as much as they would like to, are under the direction of other elected officials, kind of like the FBI is under the direction of the Department of Justice and the president. They do what they're told. So I'm kind of like losing my back the blue always perspective.
Well, I mean, I've never necessarily been back the blue always because, I mean, let's face it, the issue is that there are bad cops just like there are bad people in any profession. But again, this seems like it's more than that because, like I said, this isn't a new scenario that these people train for. This is stuff that's been in place now for nearly 30 years. I mean, Columbine was how long ago? And
was it 89?
Those policies started being put in place then. So I mean that's when the paradigm shifted. So for all of this to happen the way that it did, and then for everybody to just basically sit on their hands for as long as they did, that's the part that I don't get. As somebody who's done the job as a parent, I couldn't have done it.
Oh no, you'd have probably gotten shot by the responding officers.
But I'd have been trying to get my kids.
No, I know, but I mean, it's just like, how could you, like, I don't understand. Okay, so you have suspect, but I mean, did they really think that he'd already killed everybody in the room he was barricaded in? That was the other thing I was hearing. Oh, well, they said it was suspect barricaded or something.
Yeah, suspect
They've
barricaded.
downgraded it from an active shooter to something else.
Yeah. I mean, and, just so people understand, when 9/11 happened, I was running my security company. I had just gotten home from work. I've just gotten my kids off to school. And everything started coming across the news. And because of where we were, and because I didn't know what was happening next, because at that point we lived maybe 5 miles from one of the biggest Air Force bases in the country, all of my people started reaching out and being like, would you, if somebody calls and complains, would you cover me? I said, what are you talking about? I said, half my staff were like, we're putting our uniforms on, we're going to go stand at the schools. And my whole team did that for days. For nothing. Just because we didn't know what was coming next. And they were making a big deal about parents bringing their kids home. And eventually I told my wife, I said, come get the kids, I don't care. I said, I'm not going to be home, so you're going to have to take off work. She's like, well, what are you doing? I said, I'm standing up post at the school until they figure out what the hell this is. And I worked 24 hours a day for almost a week until they figured out what they were going to do or what this was, and most of my team did as well. So, I mean, this is not something that I say lightly or take lightly, because if I had been there, nobody would have stopped me from trying to take care of the situation or take care of my kids if I had any present.
I don't know. My heart breaks for every parent. My heart breaks for the entire community. Now you're hearing about all the red flags. Like, this kid killed cats and drove around with dead cats in his car. All of, just screaming red flags. How did nobody get this kid help? I mean, his mother was a drug addict, and I'm not saying I empathize with him, but it seems to me at the age of 18, with all of those glaring red flags, somebody should have done something. A teacher, a school administrator, a neighbor, somebody.
Well, I mean, somebody had to have seen something. That's the other thing that nobody's talking about. I mean, folks, we do not have a gun problem in this country. We have a mental health problem in this country, and it's a big one. But the reason it's becoming so big is because everybody's accepting it as normal behavior. Nobody gets help for anything anymore. It's like, oh, well, you think you're a girl? Cool. No.
Cool. We'll lop it off. No problem.
Nope. Oh, you think you should have been born a boy? Yeah, we got a surgery for that. I mean,
I have a theory. I have a theory on that.
Go ahead. What's your theory?
Well, I have a theory on kind of the whole thing. So, in nursing school, and if you ever take Psychology 101, you learn about this thing called Maslow's hierarchy of needs. And at the bottom, there's things like food and water and shelter, and then there's social needs, and it goes up to the top. And the last little top pyramid is self-actualization. And I actually think Maslow was wrong. It's all-encompassing narcissism. Once you're comfortable enough that you can be pissed off that somebody refers to you by the wrong pronoun, that is a level of drowning in Lake Me that I can't even comprehend.
Well, not only that, so it's not just about being comfortable enough to be upset about somebody calling you by the wrong pronoun. It's the fact that we literally have had people assaulted over that now.
Assaulted, fired. In some countries, you can be arrested. I mean, but that's a level of narcissism. And it's not even just that, but if you look at the whole spectrum of these things, there was a girl on a TikTok video explaining cake gender. And what cake gender is actually personality characteristics, like being warm or being sweet and nice and da-da-da-da-da. So, gender is no longer something that denotes for convenience. A pronoun is something that no longer denotes for convenience what biological sex you belong to. It was always a linguistic device. Now it's a complete identity that is supposed to describe everything about you. Like everybody's supposed to care. Like, I think so many of these people just need to be here. I don't care.
No. Well, what they really need to start hearing is whatever.
Whatever. Whatever. You think you're a cake? Whatever. There's another t-shirt. You think you're a cake? Good for you.
Oh, I don't know. I mean, we live in a world that's gone crazy. The thing about it is, it's permeating everything now. Like, one of the other things that you showed me that I had missed, actually, was apparently there's this huge blow-up over one of the people playing a character in the new Obi-Wan miniseries. Having seen the first 2 episodes, I seem to be in the minority because I actually liked them. Everyone else seems to be like, oh my god, they're terrible, and I don't know. I liked getting to see some of the story about, what happened before Luke and Leia became Luke and Leia. So far, I don't know where they're going with it yet, but the whole, it's like some people seem to be pissed off because, for whatever reason, this character that is one of the bad guys was apparently too strong or something, and I'm like, I got that with Rey. Like, the whole thing with Rey, and the thing that pissed me off about the movies is it seemed like she came out of the womb knowing how to use the Force. Never been exposed to it before and could already take on a Sith Lord. That ain't how any of this works. Now, this one, because of the backstory, if you're paying attention, was a Jedi who fell, who then eventually became Sith, and then she became a Jedi hunter. And everybody's like, oh my god, somebody like her should have never been able to catch the Inquisitor off guard the way she did. And I'm like, well, honestly, if that's the stance you're going to take, you could say the same thing about Vader throwing Palpatine down the chute, because he shouldn't have been able to catch him off guard either. If you're really wanting to be technical about it, but he did, then my other question is, the dude knows the Force, why was he just letting himself fall?
Well, especially since we learned later in the franchise that you can float through space on the Force.
Well, honestly, that's something that's been explored in the books more, so that's not anything that surprised me, because they actually can slow down their metabolism if they know how to do that part of it well enough to be able to survive exposure. Luke in the books did it more than once when his X-Wing was almost out of oxygen, which is basically the same general situation, because life support was failing. So that didn't shock me as much. I know for people that didn't really get into the books, they're like, what the hell? And that's the other thing that was really confusing, because when Disney said, yeah, none of the books are canon, then they start using all the stuff that was in the books, and we're like, but you said none of this was canon, so now you should be having to explain, but you're not. Anyway. But yeah, there were things even in the movies, like the whole, teleportation through the Force, this, that, and the other. That was definitely weird. But, to say this character wasn't strong enough to catch the Inquisitor off guard, I don't necessarily believe that, because she was already Force trained, and then she fell to the dark side and started being trained by a Sith. So it's not like Rey, who apparently came out magically able to use the Force from the womb. At least this one had training. So I don't know. We'll see. Lately, every show I've started liking, Disney's eventually fucked it up. So I don't have much hope for this one either. But so far, 2 episodes in, I actually kind of like it.
Yeah, I haven't had a chance to watch it yet, so I'm going to have to start. But I still haven't watched Mandalorian, so yeah.
Wait, you haven't watched Mandalorian yet either?
I wouldn't pay for Disney Plus.
I told you could have my password.
There's too many streaming services.
I told you could have my password. That's how I'm screwing over all these services, because instead of I'm not using your service anymore now, I just give everybody my password. I figure at least that way I'm costing them money.
Well, I have some family share stuff going on now, so I got to go back and watch everything. Unfortunately for me, my kid is into the Marvel Universe, and Doctor Strange came out, so I had to go back and watch, the Scarlet Witch, Vision, and can't remember what her name is. Something in Vision. Whatever.
WandaVision.
WandaVision. There you go. I had to watch that one, and I had to watch Loki.
Yeah, I got the homework list when everybody was like, before you can go see this movie, you really need to watch this, and if you haven't watched this, you need to watch this, and yeah, I just said screw it and went and watched the movie. Actually, that was another one that I thought was fairly well done. So I was pleasantly surprised, considering the last few Marvel movies have been like, are they gonna be any good or are they gonna suck? Because I really just don't know. But then again, it doesn't really bother me as much anymore because I have Regal Unlimited now, so I just walk in and watch whatever movie I want. That's something I really wish they'd have had when I was a kid, because I used to go see movies all the time when I was a kid. If they'd have had you pay one price per month and see all the movies you want, I'd have been so down. Because I've already seen 3, so it's already paid for itself for this month. I just went and saw Maverick with Ashley Sunday, so... Another one I was pleasantly surprised by. Especially when I found out that since it got banned in China, they put all the patches back on. Apparently that was another thing that slowed down their production, was China got pissed off because even after they had caved on getting rid of some of the patches on the jacket and this, that, and the other, it was, oh, that's too much of an American pride movie and we're not gonna fund it anymore. So that's another reason why it took so long for them to get it finished, because they lost their Chinese backing. But even with it being banned in Chinese markets, it's anticipated that it made about $258 million this past weekend. So China can suck it.
Yes. Supposedly it's a really good movie, and you leave going, yeah, America, like we used to.
Pretty much. I mean, honestly, it was a lot better than I thought it was going to be. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's a Top Gun movie, so there's cheese in there, here and there, and you're like, but it's kind of like when you used to go see a Rocky movie. It's just fun. Half of it would never really happen, but it's still just fun, and I really enjoyed it. And that was one of the things. And I told my dad, I said, because when I was a kid, me and my dad almost watched the original Top Gun in the theater, but we'd actually come to the theater to take my brother to see the new Transformers movie. And I actually was a Transformers fan, so I wasn't really that upset about it. But we accidentally walked into the wrong theater and realized when the movie came on that we were in the wrong place, so we went to the right theater. About 20 minutes into the Transformers movie, my dad and I looked at each other and were like, we should have just stayed at the other theater, because that movie was trash. And I was always so upset, especially when Top Gun started winning all these awards. I was like, man, I bet that would have looked really good on a big screen. And yeah, the screens are even bigger now, and the sound's even better. So yeah, it was awesome. Just saying.
Yeah, I think I'll probably end up going seeing Maverick by myself.
By yourself?
By myself. My daughter's not going to want to see it. And at this point, I look at Tom Cruise, who's like 10 or 11 years older than us, and I'm like, dude, you've made a deal with the devil. Like, I don't know what goes on in Scientology, but you've made a deal with the devil.
No, honestly,
with the devil.
Honestly, there is, at least when I went, there was a scene of him talking about the movie before the movie actually started, and it was no dye job, no filters. So for once, you actually had to see what it really looks like. Because in the movies, he still dyes everything, and they're doing heavy filters like they do with Tom Selleck now on Blue Bloods. Because what a lot of people don't know is Tom Selleck and the dude that plays the grandpa, Tom Selleck's actually a year older than the dude that plays the grandpa. The only reason he looks so young on screen is because they filter the hell out of his face and he dyes his hair.
Yeah, I don't know. I still think he made a deal with the devil, because you look at him, and I don't care how much hair dye and how much airbrushing you did of Kelly McGillis, not even close.
Yeah, well.
Like, dude, Google that, and then tell me that Tom Cruise has not made a deal with the devil.
I'm not saying anything like that. I will say that, that money has advantages. Kelly McGillis kind of went on to do a lot of bit of nothing after Top Gun, really. Tom Cruise made a fortune. He's actually fixing to release another Mission Impossible movie. Dude is still making movies all the time. That is another thing that honestly annoys me after seeing Maverick, though, is Mission Impossible got like 18 sequels in the time frame it took for us to get one sequel for Top Gun. I'm like, because I was hoping they were going to do one fairly quickly because I really wanted to see the shoe on the other foot and him being the instructor. And not just in the situation that he's in this movie, because I thought it would have been entertaining watching him have to deal with the assholes that he was and basically figuring out how to put them in their place. But I mean, yeah, so a lot of that happens in this movie too, though. So you do eventually get to see some of it. But yeah, I don't know. I was kind of annoyed that it took I was 13 when Top Gun came out. I'm 49 now, so 36 years for a sequel. Or 20, 36 years for a sequel. Well, yeah, fuck you guys. That's a long ass time. That's a long.
Yeah, I saw it with my dad
Nice. Yeah, the first time I saw it was on a VHS at my house. Because, didn't get to see it in the theaters. I think I have a
I got to see it in a theater. It was pretty awesome. And then I watched it over and over and over again, and I ugly cried every time Goose died. I ugly cried the first time I saw it, and I'd probably ugly cry if I saw it again today.
Yeah, honestly, I just watched it a couple months ago, again, for I don't even remember how many times I've seen this movie, and I still get choked up anytime. That was actually, I'm not trying to give away too many spoilers, but there were a few minutes of that in this one too, but even though I'm sure by now everybody's seen the preview that I'm referencing, I don't really want to give anything away just in case. But yeah, so I do highly recommend seeing it. Lucky for me, I only had to pay for one ticket because mine was free. Well, I say free. We did it in the theater with the fancier seats, so I paid a $4 upcharge for mine. Because I like getting the recliners. I like that. But anyway. So, we've pretty much blown through, and we've only got about 13 minutes left in what would be our normal hour. What else you want to talk about?
What did I tell you earlier? I don't know. Did we cover it all?
I don't know if we covered everything. I know.
Oh, the Davos thing.
Yeah, I was going to say, there was something about Davos that you wanted to talk about, so...
Yeah, there's an old meme. Well, not even very old. There's a meme of my Great Dane, who is now sadly no longer with us, covering his eyes in my office that says, "Oh no, Mommy's ranting about the globalists again." I love ranting about the globalists because these people are so awful. Have you seen the stuff coming out of this meeting?
I have heard,
they should all just buy the white cat and get it over with. Okay, it's literally like watching the Mike Myers movie. It's like, if you look at Klaus Schwab, you're like, could they have cast this guy any better if they tried? In his German accent, we will determine the future. Wait a minute. I have a question. And then they got Bill Gates parading up that how to prevent the next pandemic. I have a question. Here's my question. Since the first SARS outbreak in 2003, you have been sending people all over the world sticking Q-tips into the asses, ears, mouth, eyes, blood, whatever, of bats, pigs, cows, chickens, birds, to prevent the next pandemic. So you would have that. That's why we have Gavi. That's why Gates is funding all this shit, right? So we can have vaccines available. We got COVID. You know what we had available? Fucking thing. Why am I supposed to believe you can manage global food production? You spent billions of dollars. You war-gamed pandemics. You knew what was going on in Wuhan, and you still fucked it up. Why am I going to trust you people with anything?
It's a valid question.
People go to stakeholder capitalism. Okay, here's my problem. There is no American side in any of this. So now you've got the World Economic Forum, proxy for George Soros, going up against Xi and Putin, right? They're all just a bunch of what stakeholder capitalism is just another word for fascism or collectivism of some sort. Okay? It means everybody gets to say how Nike is going to make sneakers.
Good luck with
No, shareholders get to say how Nike makes sneakers. Okay? So, there's the European collectivists over here, and there's the Russian and Asian collectivists over here, and they're going to war in Ukraine, basically. There's no American side in any of it. I'm on the American side. I'm the third way over here. You guys have been having this argument since the late 1800s, probably before that. Go ahead and have it. I want no part of it.
Yeah, I mean...
And yes, this means I won't be putting a Ukrainian flag in my profile.
Understandable.
And that's not because I think Putin's cool. I think he's awful. But I don't think the people that meet at the World Economic Forum are any better. Both equally horrid.
When every option you have is bad.
People, the World Economic Forum people are just trying to depopulate you by starving your kids of formula, by sticking you with an injection that's untested, that now is being credited with hepatitis and cardiac problems and a whole bunch of other shit, right? Potential for autoimmune disorders, potential for neurological disorders. I mean, the list with credible researchers doing good scientific method is just endless what they've done with these shots, right?
Yeah, I mean,
and then they're like, oh, well, we're going to stop producing gasoline at all. No fertilizer, which means you can't grow shit. Gasoline's so expensive, you can't ship it anywhere. So unless you're growing your own, you're screwed. Because it's going to cost out the wazoo. Like, and now, like, what is going to happen in the Northeast this winter to rural populations who heat with propane or heating oil? And there's millions of them.
We're going to have some popsicles, unfortunately.
No, I know this. Is America going to wake up at that point?
I would like to.
Are you going to wake up and understand all the, like, this not in my backyard policy, okay, where you've completely blown it with Saudi Arabia and the Arab states because you're sucking up to Iran, right? OPEC's looking at you going, and fuck you, Joe Biden, right? Which they should. So you go hat in hand to Maduro? Like, literally, for this not in my, like, Joe Biden is doing to America what Gavin Newsom has done to California. California still uses a shit ton of fossil fuel. They just pipe it in from Nevada and Arizona and other places that produce more. And then when Nevada and Arizona are hot too, they say, sorry, California, fuck you. LA has brownouts. Okay? Or blackouts. So now Joe Biden is taking that policy nationwide and not producing enough here and going down to Maduro. Can you make some more oil for us, please? Going to Saudi Arabia. Can you make some more oil for us? How long before he starts letting us import Iranian oil writ large? Enriching the mullahs. How long? Just for a not in my backyard policy.
If it was up to him, he'd be doing it already, but it didn't poll well. So he was already trying.
Oh my God, these people. Like, America, if you have not learned that you should not elect people who hate the country, I hope you have now. Jimmy Carter hated the country. Okay? Barack Obama hated our country. Now Joe Biden, not Joe Biden, but everybody who works for Joe Biden hates our country. You don't love our country and ask China to come in and evaluate your human rights record.
Yeah, that's
okay.
Insanity. I don't know.
So can we just stop electing people who hate the country? I think that'd be a great place to start.
You're asking too much, Stacey. The problem is the people that keep voting for these people, most of them hate the country too.
And this is just for the regular listeners. Yes, I can rant in the evening, especially about Davos Man. Oh my God, there was the best. Listen to this. I'll close on this. So Robert Malone's wife starts researching Davos. And you should know the Republican governor of Indiana and Dan Crenshaw are both on the list of Klaus Schwab's Global Leaders Program. They are not on your side. However, she came across this quote about Davos Man, written, a while ago. And it is probably the best thing I've ever read. I'm just trying to find it in my pictures. Who is Davos Man? Davos Man is a term coined by former Harvard University Director of the Center for International Affairs, Professor Dr. Samuel Huntington, born in 1927 and died in 2008. He made it to define what was then an emerging group of economic elites who are members of a social caste which has little need for national loyalty, view national boundaries as obstacles that are thankfully vanishing, and see national governments as residues from the past whose only useful function is to facilitate the elite's global operation. That was a quote from him. Davos Man fits the definition of megalomania and has acquired what he believes are sufficient financial and political resources to try to force his obsession and grand schemes on the world and to force you, your family, and the world to comply with his vision and belief systems. And if you watch any little bit of tape from the World Economic Forum, that thing is 100% accurate.
That doesn't seem scary at all.
Have you listened to these people?
Honestly, I unplugged for most of the weekend on purpose, and we were slammed today, so I hadn't really gotten a chance to listen.
I was going to say, this is late last week.
Yeah,
Schwab.
Yeah, I know.
The future does not just happen. The future is built by the people in this room. Really? You idiots!
Did he pound the podium at all? Because just saying.
No, but there's so many, like, you're listening to this and you're like, and then they'll say things. Our biggest, so at one, like a year ago or 2 years ago, their big online one, they're like, Val, the good news is this, we all trust each other. The bad news is nobody else does. You think?
Well,
So they come out at this meeting, our biggest challenge is regaining trust. Yeah, not going to happen. Not when you stand in front of a camera and say shit like this. Do you hear yourself? Like, did you hear what you just said? Why am I going to trust you? My God.
Oh, man.
Oh. Oh, apparently I was entertaining Mike.
I'm sure. You entertain lots of people.
Dan Crenshaw is McCain with an eye patch. My goodness.
What happened?
My goodness.
What happened to Crenshaw? Because there for a little bit, and then I don't know. It's like...
I think the mask came off. He's literally on the World Economic Forum Global Leaders participant list. The same thing that fucking Justin Trudeau did.
I don't know, man. I'm really starting to think...
Oh, my God.
Becky, look at her butt. Oh, sorry. Anyway, so what?
Biden, U.S. to send Ukraine advanced rocket systems and munitions to hit key Russian targets on the battlefield.
Oh. that the exact opposite of what he just said?
Uh-huh.
Yay. We're going to war. We're screwed.
I don't want to because I'm not on either side. I'm on the American side. I'm not on the German side. We wouldn't be in this shit if it wasn't for Germany. Why is it always
Germany? Because they're assholes. I mean, have you met Germans?
I think it's time to just break up Germany.
Yeah. I mean, didn't they try that once already? So, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know, but Germany's just got to stop it. Refire your nuclear plants, start drilling oil again, get your people energy, and get out of Putin's ass. Do you know energy, like to heat your home, was considered a luxury good in Germany in 2013? That's what they're trying to do with us.
That doesn't really surprise me.
It's always Germany. Angela Merkel, ruined the whole world.
Well,
Angela Merkel will go down in history as, the worst policymaker ever. Her immigration policy ruined Europe, and now her energy policy is going to ruin the world.
The most ironic, funny thing possible, though, is if this becomes World War III, it will have started in... The world wars will have started because of Germany all 3 times. Just saying.
Why do we not learn?
Because we're stupid. I mean, it's kind of...
Why did we let Germany into NATO in the first place?
I mean, the simple fact of the matter is, and this goes back to our good friend Al, a person is intelligent. People as a whole are fucking stupid. Because we just are. So yeah, I don't know.
On the upside, Gretch's approval in Michigan, or Biden's approval in Michigan, is 28%. So hopefully that'll be a drag on Gretch, and maybe he'll get a Republican governor.
Gretch! Sorry.
Gretch!
Had to be done. Alright, so we should probably start making our way out of here. We're officially over the hour, but we got a little bit of a late start, so I wanted to get at least an extra couple minutes in since we went commercial free, because that kind of rounds us out. But anyway, so what else you got going on this week?
Oh, what else do I got going on this week? Apparently we're supposed to run into 8:30, so we finished right in front of Aggie and
I mean, we can. I mean, we can technically run till 8:30 if that's what you want to do. I just didn't know if you wanted to or not.
Okay. All the Xness. Why do they get to be X now?
Why does who get to be X now?
Join Aggie and Martini Shark as we shell out some football drama, all the Xness, boozing at Arby's, and racist wish casting.
I don't know. Why are they stepping on our stick, yo?
I don't know.
We
got the X.
Gonna have to have a talk. Gonna have to have a talk. Quit stepping on our stick. Anyway, so yeah, it's up to you. You want to keep going or you want to wrap? I'm good either way, honestly. I got nothing else going on.
Well, let's just keep rolling. If the people want us to roll, if they don't want us to roll, that's fine too.
What say you, chat? Thumbs up, thumbs down. Let us know.
Hooray for the new show, LL says. Stay on. I don't know if she means stay on and keep doing it every week or stay on tonight.
I think she means both, actually.
Huh?
I think she means both, actually, because now she's yelling encore.
Encore. Okay. All right. My chat must be a little slow. There we go. Fuck Germany. Yes.
Do we have to?
But not Angela Merkel, because that would be gross.
Do we have to? I mean, most of the women over there have mustaches. I'm not down. I'm not down.
I don't know. I just want to know. I'm serious though. She ruins the continent, right?
Yep.
Immigration is an act of love. She's like Jeb Bush.
Oh.
She's like the Jeb Bush of Germany. Open the border.
Oh, speaking of the Bushes, I was glad to see that their dynasty got shot down yet again in Texas.
Stay out the bushes.
See,
this is the first ballot, like nationwide ballot, that a Bush has not been on, like, since the early 80s. No, before that.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Senior was head of the CIA. Was he elected to office before he was vice president?
I don't know. I'd have to look. I don't remember. I think so, though.
I don't remember either. Anyway, it's the first time in a long time. Uh-oh, Kagan's trending.
Uh-oh. Why is Kagan trending, or do I want to know?
The Supreme Court blocks Texas from enforcing a controversial new state law that seeks to ban large social media platforms like Twitter from moderating content based on users' viewpoints.
Wait, what? Huh? I'm confused.
In a surprising vote breakdown, Kagan joins Thomas Alito and Gorsuch in the dissent. Really? Viewpoint discrimination is constitutional? Whatever.
I don't know, because, that's a surprising ruling.
Yeah, the dissenters were Alito, Thomas, Kagan, and Gorsuch. So, of course, Roberts is on the wrong side of history again.
Yeah, well, you can lead a conservative to the court, but there's no guarantee they're going to stay conservative once they're on the bench. Even if he was conservative to begin with.
I don't know. I'm kind of waiting for the case where they a state tries to make social media platforms a public utility. Because Thomas has indicated he's open to taking that. He thinks that's an interesting perspective.
Yeah, I don't. I mean, that makes no sense to me. Because, I mean, this again flies in the face of the whole idea that social media platforms are supposed to... They're called platforms, not social media publishers.
Yeah, but it would require them it would require them to make hate speech. Oh my God, you guys, there is no way the war in Ukraine ends other than in a fucking mushroom cloud or a negotiated settlement. It's either that, it's one or the other.
Wolverines! Oh, sorry. I don't know. The longer this goes on, the more I'm convinced it's eventually going to become World War III no matter what. Because it's what they want. I don't know why it is that they suddenly want it, but it's what they want. I mean...
It's like they all fucking lost their mind about Hillary... Like, okay, all right. So Hillary Clinton. This is Hillary Clinton's fault. Think about this. Through the entire Obama administration, it was the Russian reset. Bill was over there making $500,000 on speeches. They were helping, our State Department was helping to support the Russian version of Silicon Valley, right? We were gonna be friends, damn it. And then, because Hillary had all this shit in Russia, she decided to try to paint Trump with the Russia brush, right? And so now you have half of this fucking country believing that Russia gave them Donald Trump. Despite there being not one iota of evidence of collusion anywhere. Mueller looked for 2 years, right? Okay? So you've got half a country that hates a Russian dictator. He totally warped the minds of Democrats who have almost all convinced themselves that the Russia collusion narrative is true. So does it really surprise you there's that much animosity towards Russia in the current administration? Like, Hillary Clinton was supposed to sweep in all of these changes beginning in 2016. Donald Trump was a barrier because he's like, no, we're America. We're going to fix this. We're going to take care of America first, right? You can't have that. Can't have it. Now you got the dude at frickin'... He's the CEO of Alibaba, which is a Chinese company. Oh, we're going to create an app and we're almost done where people can measure their own carbon footprint. No, I won't be downloading that app. And I'm not doing anything about my carbon footprint until Bill Gates, Klaus Schwab, Prince Charles, Al Gore, and what's that skeevy little actor? The other one that doesn't age. He was in Titanic.
DiCaprio.
Leonardo DiCaprio. Until they start publishing their carbon footprints, I'm not even going to look at mine. I don't. Oh, and John Kerry. You rang. Huh?
You rang.
John Kerry, the longest face in the entire world. My goodness. Then I got some Twitter rando tweeting me, I can't believe Stacey thinks Biden won Georgia. Dude, have I ever said that? Like in a fair and square contest that I think Biden won Georgia? Like, why are you tweeting this crap at me, you random Twitter person? I'm pretty sure I've been writing about Zuckbox since, I don't know, December of 2020. I'm pretty sure that was me. I'm almost sure the byline's on it. Oh my God. Twitter trends. Again. Experts say masks are safe and effective in helping prevent the spread of COVID-19. International health authorities recommend that people continue to wear face masks as Omicron cases rise across the globe. Masks are safe and effective at helping prevent the spread of COVID-19, according to health officials and fact checkers.
Yeah, well, whatever. It's really all I have to say about that. There's a reason we call this show whatever, because this is one of the ones that gets a whatever, because it's bullshit! I'm tired of them perpetuating bullshit.
Well, I look at it two ways. Really, I do. It's either they're not telling us something they know about this virus, right? Like, and I had the first version, and I'll tell you, it sucked hard. I mean, it did not feel like a normal, like, flu viral kind of infection, okay? So either they're not telling us something that they know about the spike protein, even if you get it naturally, or it's all about compliance. It really could be either.
I honestly think it might be a little bit of both, if I'm being honest.
Well, Omicron is a cold. I get cold. I've had colds due to coronaviruses probably 10 or 12 times in my life. If you're telling me I need to wear a mask not to get a cold from this virus, it's either because you want to see if I'll just put the mask on because you tell me to, or there's something about this particular coronavirus that isn't okay. There's like no in between there. You're not doing this just because you don't want me to get a cold, because you don't care if I get any other cold.
I mean, honestly, I still think it's about control.
In which case, I say, whatever.
I mean, this is why the folks that you were just ranting about earlier, this is why they're so emboldened now, because they basically were able to take what should have been a small-scale situation, blow it up into this huge deal, lock down the entire world, and get people used to getting money from the government, to the point where now you have people going, where's my check? I can't survive without my check, and why are we getting more? And yet, those of us that are trying to do the right thing are now stuck paying for all of it because we have out-of-control inflation because the government decided to print massive quantities of currency and say, put this into the circulation, it's a good idea. No.
Oh my God. And now they're promoting the account of vaccines.gov, where to get your vaccine. Again, no one has ever explained to me why, if I had the first one and I survived Omicron with a runny nose, I need to get more vaccines, especially since even CNN's doctor was saying we need to be careful with boosters because there's some research showing that they cause immune system fatigue. And they don't know yet if that's just fatigue in fighting COVID or if it's fatigue in fighting a myriad of viruses.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's kind of the whole thing. You know, there are too many things that we don't know. And it's like, at the beginning of the show, you were talking about all the things that are starting to come out about complications from the vaccines themselves, and yet they're still trying to push them.
Well, it's not like there was absolutely no reason that there had never been an mRNA vaccine approved before. Like, there were lots of good reasons they hadn't been approved. Yeah. It's not they hadn't been put in to be approved before. They just never made it very far through the clinical trials.
Yeah.
And I mean, if you're listening to the people that are actually going through the Pfizer documents, like, I can't listen to it for too long because it's infuriating, especially if, like, you get upset about things you see in the law enforcement community because you know something about it, right?
Yeah. And you have a medical background.
I was a healthcare worker. I'm like watching this going, what is going on? Like, I might expect some of this from the university or from the healthcare bureaucracy, but as far as like frontline doctors and nurses, like, I finally had to say to a doctor's office last week, stop asking me if I've had a vaccine. I've had Omicron twice. I'm never getting a vaccine. I was a nurse. I know what the immune system does.
I would have just told them since they've broadly changed the definition of vaccinations and I take my vitamins, yes, I'm vaccinated. Stop asking me.
But I mean, it's just like, I'm not doing this anymore. Like, I'm not getting, I don't have the vaccine. I'm not getting the vaccine. It's just, I'm not doing it.
I completely understand. I wouldn't, I mean, I'm not. I mean, honestly, it was about, second week in January, I'd gotten an email that said I either reported for vaccination the following week or they were going to terminate me. And I had just started typing up the email to tell them that exactly where they could put this job, and that's when the mandate got struck down for anybody that wasn't actually in the healthcare field. And then my job said, oh, never mind, they're not making us do it anymore. So you don't have to now. And I'm sure at some point it'll probably come back up again. I'm going to be like, no, I'm not doing it because I know too many people that have gotten really, really sick after the vaccine. And I mean, I know I have a friend that I have known for a very long time. Her mother, and her father all got the Johnson & Johnson vaccine when it first became available. Her mother is now suffering from blood clots. Her father passed away from blood clots within 6 months of having the vaccination. And now she's having all kinds of swelling in her extremities, and they believe she's getting blood clots.
That's terrible, because that's the one both of the people in my family who are vaccinated had, because I wouldn't let them have the mRNA.
I mean, and that's the thing. It's one of those you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't, because you went with the one that was at least done the way that we understand how vaccines are supposed to work, and even it's causing issues. Then you've got the one that's, it's pretty simple because it's just messenger RNA. It's just the only thing it it has instructions to tell your cell what antibodies to create. How do they really know for sure what the fuck they've put in there? For one. That's always been my thing. Well, it's just this simple coding, and it can't stay around for forever, and it just does its job, and then it dissolves. Which is what mRNA is supposed to do. That's not an unknown thing. That's how our cells do a lot of things. Is through mRNA strands. But you can't tell me that if we're creating the mRNA and we're coding the mRNA, I don't trust these people enough to know what the fuck they've put in it.
Well, they're creating the mRNA, they're coding the mRNA, they're coating it in lipid nanoparticles, which can do all kinds of things inside the body, like perhaps cross the blood-brain barrier. They said it was going to stay in your arm, it doesn't. Okay? And they don't know for how long it's cranking out spike protein, which is the most virulent part of the virus. So why am I putting that in my body? Oh, I'm not.
Because the government told me that I had to, and I listened like a dumbass. Nope. I mean, I even...
I'm with Rand Paul. Do you know who's responsible for more disinformation than any other organization in, like, history? That would be the government.
Pretty much.
Remember the Panama Papers? Yeah. Do you remember Watergate? Yeah. I mean, like, weapons of mass destruction, like, come on, guys. The Church and Pike Commission. Like, just please. I'm from the government. I'm here to help. Yeah, okay. The only way this huge country gets through this nonsense is either the left gets crushed and Americans get to go on living as Americans, right? Or we go to radical federalism, an expansive view of the 10th Amendment, and a significant shrinking of the federal government. It's one or the other.
Yeah, no, I mean, honestly, not to steal Ordy's thunder, but I come from the line of thinking that our government should be small enough that if the need arises, we should be able to drown it in a bathtub. And start over. Because, I mean, think about it. And I've said this before, but I'm going to say it again, because since this is a new show, we may have new people tuning in. The simple fact of the matter is, when this government was founded at the federal level, it had basically three jobs. It was interstate commerce and defense were the top two. I think there was a third. For some reason, I can't seem to remember the third.
Foreign policy and immigration.
Foreign policy, yeah. So, I mean, those were the foreign policy, immigration, which got under the same umbrella. Then you had interstate commerce and then defense packs. That's pretty much the only thing what we used to call the general government, which is now the federal government, actually used to do. And once we started giving it more and more power, once you start giving something like that more and more power, it's never going to give it back. And that's part
of unless you take it back.
Well, yeah, but that's just it. It's never going to give it back, meaning that if anything changes, you're going to have to take it back.
I remember... I forget what Ron DeSantis had done, but he ends up on Tucker Carlson, which is the only show on Fox I watch, okay? Because they haven't completely slammed the Overton window on him yet. But, like, you literally had Fox News Sunday asking Mo Brooks, citing Reuters' opinion on election interference. Like, I was just like, oh my God, Fox, really? Anyway, so... DeSantis ends up, and Tucker Carlson says to him, it was on the nighttime show, he's like, you're kind of running Florida like it's its own country. Keep doing that. I think it'll make the country a better place. And I was like, yes, that's it. That's why I like him.
And it's not a wrong sentiment either. I mean, that's just it. Before the Civil War, when people referred to this country, they called it these United States of America, and that's because before the Civil War, each state was its own independent body, and basically it only came together for the things that we were discussing a moment ago. And then it all changed. And since then, there's been more centralization of pretty much anything and everything possible, including the centralization of more control for the federal government. Then you had the passage of the 17th Amendment, which basically completely redid how our legislative bodies work, because the thing that nobody really understands is Congress was the body for the people. Congress itself is in the House. The Senate was the body for the state to still have representation at the federal level as well. And when we took that and made it more of a popular vote situation, that changed the entire paradigm of how the country worked. Because now it's only the people getting representation at the federal level, not the states.
Yeah, I know. Like, I wrote an article a long time ago, and I said the country was ruined with the passage of the 16th and 17th Amendments. Like, it was just done.
Yeah, I mean, that was the beginning of the end for sure. Because it's all gone downhill since then.
But yeah, I don't know. I just, like, I don't see how, like, I don't see how you continue to live with people that hate you. Like, I don't hate the left, and their biggest mistake was not, like, because Gen X kind of, like, we were, the boomers were the hippie generation, and we came along, and we were just kind of like, yeah, live and let live, and I'm going to do my thing, and leave me alone, and I'll leave you alone. Right?
Pretty much.
That's why we were the generation, like, gay marriage, like, whatever. To most things, forever, we were like, whatever. And the left took this whatever and just is relentless about not leaving us alone.
Yeah, hammering anything and everything possible home, just because up until now we've said whatever.
Well, but, like, Florida doesn't care if California is California. California really cares if Florida is Florida. They want Florida to be like California. And they think it has to be, and it doesn't.
Well, I mean, that's the entire paradigm of the left, though. They think everything should be carbon copy cut out, and everything should be exactly what they believe, and the second you believe something that they don't, you are not of the body anymore, and you have to go. It is just weird, because you're right. Most red states don't really give a shit about what blue states are doing. It's the blue states that are all like, oh my god, all you red state people are ruining the country. Because from my perspective, it's y'all doing that. Because what happens, I mean, the blue state folks are like locusts, and that's what really annoys the crap out of me. Because they move somewhere, because they didn't like because at some point, you know, the state became too overburdening, whatever the case may be, so they moved to a new place. And then they start voting for all the same things that they had in the old place, turning the new place into the old place. And then when it's basically about to collapse under its own weight, because it can't keep up anymore, oh, let's move to this one. And then the process starts over again. The thing that annoys me about California eventually doing that is a good bit of the people that went to California actually came from here. So I don't really understand where they jumped the shark or when it happened, but yeah, too much salt air must have rotted the brain. That's all I know.
Yeah, I think it goes back to that whole things are too good, and you end up at that top of Maslow's hierarchy because you don't have any other concerns, and it's not self-actualization where you actually rise above things. It becomes all-encompassing narcissism where all you can do is stare at your own frickin' navel, and you expect everybody else to stare at your navel too.
But I like staring at mine. Never mind.
Rick! TMI!
Hey! No such thing as TMI. Anyway.
I'm just saying, like, we have a nation full of navel gazers. Like, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is like the poster child of what I'm talking about.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, we are officially down to about a minute. So, what you got on the way out?
Oh, I'm working on this school district piece. It's not going to be kind, and unfortunately, it's the one I live in, and I got to live here. So, yeah, that'll be fun.
Ooh, fun times. All right.
Yeah.
So for me, as soon as I grab some dinner, I'm going to finish a little bit of editing I've got to do, and then I'll be back tomorrow night for ChatLives Matter Night. I think we have full schedule tomorrow. As far as I know, it should be G, the ladies of Red Wine, and then I'm not sure if it's going to, I think I think it's me and Orty tomorrow night. I think Dan is only wanting to do every 2 weeks for now. So we're going to figure that out as we go.
Dan?
Yeah, he's back. He's real again.
Your imaginary friend?
CERN is making things right with the world again. He actually did a show with us last Wednesday. So, yeah, he's back.
Is he ever coming back to the Twitters?
Only if they'll give him an account back. He's got like 15 that are still locked. He's not making another one.
15 that are. Well, he'll have to wait. He'll have to wait for Twitter, the Musk version.
Yeah, pretty much. All right, folks, we are going to get out of here. We got the culture. What is it? The cocktail lounge, I think. I don't know. Anyway, I'm not used to doing a handoff on Tuesday nights. Don't judge me. Anyway, Aggie and Brad are up next, so stay tuned. Bye, guys.
You are listening to KLRN Radio, where liberty and reason still reign.
A new year means it's time for a new home network that can keep up. With Cox Internet, you have the speed and coverage your family needs to stay connected. You'll enjoy Cox's fiber-based hybrid network with options for fast upload and download speeds. And if your household has lots of connected devices, Panoramic Wi-Fi may be the perfect fit thanks to its additional control features. Plus, with advanced security on Panoramic Wi-Fi, you'll know each connected device is securely protected 24/7. A whole world of connectivity is yours with Cox Internet. Learn more at Cox.com.
This is Joanne Jenkins, CEO of AARP. The coronavirus continues to affect us all, and we are here actively supporting you and your community. Every day, we're providing trusted information from top health experts, sharing tools to help protect families from fraud, and creating resources to support family caregivers everywhere. As always, you can count on AARP to advocate for you and your family. Join us and stay connected at aarp.org/coronavirus.
KLRN Radio has advertising rates available. We have rates to fit almost any budget. Contact us at advertising@klrnradio.com.
Hi, I'm Mike, founder of DollarShaveClub.com. What is DollarShaveClub.com? Well, for $1 a month, we send high-quality razors right to your door. Yeah, $1. Are the blades any good? No. Our blades are f***ing great. Each razor has stainless steel blades, an aloe vera lubricating strip, and a pivot head. It's so gentle a toddler could use it. And do you like spending $20 a month on brand name razors? 19 go to Roger Federer. I'm good at tennis. And do you think your razor needs a vibrating handle, a flashlight, a back scratcher, and 10 blades? Your handsome-ass grandfather had 1 blade and polio. Looking good, Pop-Up! Stop paying for shave tech you don't need. And stop forgetting to buy your blades every month. Alejandro and I are going to ship them right to you. We're not just selling razors, we're also making new jobs. Alejandro, what were you doing last month?
Not working.
What are you doing now?
Working.
I'm no Vanderbilt, but this train makes hay. So stop forgetting to buy your blades every month and start deciding where you're going to stack all those dollar bills I'm saving you. We are DollarShaveClub.com, and the party is on. I know karate, I know jiu-jitsu, I drive like a gangster when I'm coming to see you.
The world has changed, and Microsoft Teams is there to help us stay connected. Teams is the safe and secure way to chat, meet, call, and collaborate. To learn more, visit Microsoft.com/Teams.
Not to be a backseat driver, but can you say for sure you got the best monthly payment possible on your auto loan? Could it be that you might have gotten a better deal by shopping the loan at a few places and have a lower car payment? Next time, before you go car shopping, visit Communication Federal Credit Union first. Our auto loan experts will find you a perfect loan and get you the lowest monthly payment we can. Communication Federal, your auto loan experts. Restrictions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
The following program may contain coarse language, adult themes, and a grouch. Griping, because it's what grouches do. Listener discretion is advised.
It's time now for the Conservative Curmudgeon Radio Show. Now, here's Grouchy.
Good evening, everybody. It is great to be back. It's a new season. Now, it's still hot as hell here, so it's not like it's fall yet. I mean, you know, having some decent mornings here, spotty here and there. A little bit lower in the humidity, a little bit lower in the temperatures, but the afternoons are still in the 90s and plenty warm and sweaty as all hell. But it's a new season of the show. It's a new season of the show. I've been trying to get back on air. You know, life happens. And I shared part of that with y'all a few weeks back, and I couldn't have been more touched at the outpouring of love and support. I can't thank you enough for all that, all of you. And everything has gone well to this point in regard to that, and we just keep our fingers crossed that it stays that way. So thank you again. It means the world. Now, on to business. And because I've been trying to get back on for a few weeks and just not having it work out, some of this may not be like at the peak of freshness, but this first bit is gonna take a little while, and it's gonna be, even though it's not the most fresh story in the news, it's poignant at any time from the aspect I'm going to tell you this. So, President Joe Biden told survivors of Hawaii's wildfires that the nation grieves with you, and promised that the federal government will help Maui for as long as it takes, he said, quote, for as long as it takes to recover after he toured the damage caused by the deadliest wildfire in the United States in more than a century. Biden arrived in Maui 13 days after the wildfires that had taken, at that point, 114 lives counted. There may have been a few more since then, but I think most everyone had been accounted for at that point. Again, Biden said that the country grieves with you, stands with you, and will do everything possible to help you recover. Biden and the First Lady viewed the devastation that the flames brought and ripped through the western part of the Hawaiian island. They got to see for themselves the hollowed homes, structures, and singed trees left behind by the deadliest U.S. wildfire in more than a century. The Bidens lingered briefly on the tarmac after arriving at Kahului Airport to console Hawaii Governor Josh Green and his wife Jamie, as well as members of Hawaii's congressional delegation who came to the airport to greet them. Now, I had not heard of any of their elected officials living in the Lahaina area, Lahaina, wherever. You say tomato, I say tomato. But, you know, why they would need to be consoled, I don't know. Supported, yes. They have a huge task ahead of them and will for quite a while. Biden later got a close-up of the wreckage in Lahaina a historic town of 13,000 people that was virtually destroyed by flames. The motorcade wound through the community, block upon block of hollowed out homes, structures, palm trees burnt to a crisp, and just endless debris. They met with first responders. They got briefed by state and local officials about the ongoing response. And he delivered remarks paying tribute to the victims of the wildfires. He even interrupted a week-long vacation in Lake Tahoe for the 5-hour flight. How decent of him, right? I mean, since he only spends approximately 40% of his days on vacation of his presidency, that's the counter is at 40% right now. Olivia Dalton, the White House deputy press secretary, told reporters traveling with Biden that it's going to be an emotional day for everyone. Yeah, okay. The White House announced Monday that Biden has named Bob Fenton, a regional leader at the Federal Emergency Management Agency, to be the chief federal response coordinator for the Maui wildfires, ensuring that someone from his administration will be responsible for long-term recovery efforts. It will take years to rebuild Lahaina, as they had said, where just about everything was lost. And trust me, I understand when they say something is totally lost. If you haven't seen the pictures, you really should. It's very different than when you look at post-hurricane pictures, which I have had a lot of up-close experience with over the years. I have been around some big ones. I have never been directly impacted by a monster storm. I have come close a few times. Ivan was a pretty big one that weekend as it came on shore, which was definitely a blessing. Still incurred some damage from Ivan. Other storms just to the east or just to the west, but when you live in paradise, that's the price you pay. But I feel for these people. I do. Dozens gathered on the streets of Lahaina to watch the Biden's motorcade wind its way through the streets. Some people greeted him enthusiastically, and I would say that at least as many people appeared to be waving their middle fingers at the motorcade. Not too thrilled to see him 2 weeks later. But hey, they saw him. They saw him. And to the point that I started with at the beginning of this, which we will get to, I promise, they saw him. Biden has faced criticism from Republicans, including 2024 frontrunner Donald Trump, for saying too little during the first days after the catastrophe. Should he have said something? Probably. What could he say? I don't know, other than the empty, comments that he made when he made them. The White House, however, has pushed back against criticism, saying that the president kept in close touch with the governor and other emergency officials through the unfolding crisis. Senator Brian Schatz, Democrat of Hawaii, said that as of, the 9th? Yeah, the 9th. 85% of the affected area had been searched, and nearly 2,000 people remained without power, and 10,000 were without telecom connectivity. Water in parts of West Maui not safe to drink. I'm not sure if that has changed yet. Again, this is a lot like being hit by a major hurricane. You're weeks without what you consider basic services. Ivan was a week for me here. We had no power, no air, no hot water, but you learn things along the way. You learn how to make hot water without burning down the neighborhood, especially if you're in a burn zone. Trash bags, black trash bags. You put water in them, you leave them in the sun all day. You got hot water at the end of the day. Maybe not as hot as you'd like, but it's hot water. Trust me. It's good to bathe with. Plenty warm. Anyway, Green said on Face the Nation that an army of search and rescue teams with 41 dogs had blanketed the affected area, which is fantastic. I'm glad they got that many there that quickly. Maui County Mayor Richard Bisson said on a social media post that 27 victims had been identified and 11 families were notified of the losses. The FBI and Maui County Medical Examiner and Coroner's offices are continuing to work together to identify the recovered remains. Bisson said 850 names were on a list of missing people, taking hope from the fact that the initial list contained more than 2,000 names. We are both saddened and relieved about these numbers as we continue the recovery process, Bisson said. The number identified will rise and the number of missing may decrease. More than 1,000 federal officers were on the ground. And according to the White House, the administration has distributed more than $8.5 million in aid to some 8,000 affected families, including $3.6 million in rental assistance, said FEMA Administrator Deanne Criswell. Now, here's the big kicker, okay? Chat room is alive. Yeah, $700,000 for a Happy Meal. Yeah. Rather the president just stay away, all the extra security media, et cetera, is just a drain on resources in a situation like that. And yes, it is. But at the same time, I do think it's important that a president show up at the time of a natural, maybe in the aftermath of a natural disaster of any kind of significance, to let the people know that there's going to be help. And this goes to the initial point. With the size of his plane, he could have brought supplies. Absolutely, Raptor. Absolutely. And what I was just getting ready to say is FEMA administrator talking about doling out rent money. I would love to know how many thousands of military temper tents with attachable, air conditioners were available that could have been heaved onto a plane and brought out there. That way people could have stayed where they wanted to stay, which is at their lot. Just things to think about. But I am not an EMA director. I have worked with EMA before, not as part of EMA, but coordinating with EMA through it's not important. Anyway, Schatz joined Biden on Monday. He stressed that officials were still responding to the disaster and that we were not yet in a recovery phase. We were in a reacting phase. As bad as it looks, he said it's actually worse. What you can't see is the damage to utility infrastructure. Okay, that's fair. Yeah. What you can't see is the thousands of kids who are trying to figure out how to go to school. No, most of the kids are happy that they're not going to school, but they are now. So they've taken care of that need. What you can't see is the first responders who went into the flames without regard for their own safety and had their own homes burned down. I understand that completely. And I don't want to say this to sound callous or curt or uncaring, but that is part of what can happen when you are a first responder. As a former first responder, I know this. Now, while vacationing in Lake Tahoe, Biden has been on the phone regularly with officials, getting briefed on updates, yada, 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 yada. Now, to my initial point. let's compare Biden's disaster response in Hawaii to Biden's disaster response in the town of Moss Point, Mississippi. Now, in case you're not familiar with Moss Point, Mississippi, it is a coastal town in Mississippi. I wouldn't call them a close neighbor to me, but they are a neighbor. I can get in my car and be over into Moss Point in roughly just over an hour. So it's not too terribly far away. Moss Point on June 20th was struck by an EF2 tornado. And to give you an idea, Hawaii's fires began on August the 8th. And less than 48 hours later, an emergency declaration was signed by President Biden. And rightly so. Rightly so. However, back on June 20th, Moss Point, as I said, struck by an EF2 tornado. And Moss Point is a fairly small town. And certainly it's not going to get the national media attention that an exotically world-renowned destination like Maui is going to get. But guess what the people of Moss Point are? Anybody? Anybody in chat? Show of hands? Something? Well, they're American citizens, just like the ones in Hawaii. And as such, they are entitled to the same considerations from the government that is sworn. Just pisses me off. To provide for the common defense and welfare. They are American citizens. And I hope that this is something that we can all agree on, because if you think that somebody should get preferential treatment just because of where they live, you should hang up and walk away right now, because that's not how I roll. You can take my podcast, shine it up real pretty, and turn it sideways and stick it straight up your ass, because American citizens are American citizens. And I don't care if you're white, black, brown, red, purple, pink, blue, or plaid. Yes, Aggie, great point in the chat room. Maui gets $700 per family. Ukraine gets billions. Yes, well, Maui's not laundering money for the president. So with all of this, why did it take President Biden 2 months to even sign a disaster declaration for Moss Point, Mississippi? And I've been asking this question, and I've been asking this question, and I asked online. I asked people I knew in person. One person online, you guys are going to love this. They, quote unquote, hated to inform my ignorant ass, speaking of me, that an EF2 tornado doesn't qualify for disaster aid. Well, we know that to not be true. And yes, Aggie, that is exactly right. Mississippi is a red state. Now, that said, Moss Point itself is probably purple. Probably purple. It's probably going to fall red every time, but it's definitely a city in Mississippi that is beginning to be in the mix. So, yet another told me that Biden wanted to help but had to get congressional approval. Well, no, that's not true either. And after doing all the necessary homework, which I always, if you've listened for any amount of time, know I encourage you to do yourself, I discovered, as I thought I would, that they were all wrong. And now I'm not saying that my theory is correct, but I've yet to hear a better one. I'm open to being proven wrong, and hell, I hope I am wrong. But with California and Tropical Storm Hillary getting instant attention from Biden, and Hawaii getting instant attention from Biden, I can't help but wonder if things might have been different for Moss Point had they been blue instead of red. There aren't a great enough number to warrant his consideration for immediate disaster aid. Mind you, many of these people lost everything in the tornado. Houses blown completely from their foundations. It looked like post-Katrina. The concrete foundations were there, but the houses were gone. They've been sleeping wherever they can, in church pews. Churches are staying open at night to allow these people to sleep. They're either sleeping on the pew or they're pushing the pews out of the way and sleeping on the floor. They can't even get tents from the government. Shelters filled up way too quickly and are overrun. Neighboring cities are willing to come get people in buses and bring them to shelters, but they still have to work. Because life goes on and you still have to pay bills. There's no federal cleanup effort. There are no debris collectors like after a hurricane. Their clothes are gone, their cars are crushed or flipped. They've been, where's the federal government? Rehoboth Beach, that's where. Lake Tahoe, that's where. Camp David to strategize how to keep his ill-gotten gains via his felon son a secret. Posing for a photo op with his adoring inept media and ice cream cones. I've yet to hear one reporter put him on the spot about why the waiting game on Mississippi. Not one reporter has dared to call him out on playing favorites with American citizens whose lives had been just turned upside down. Where are these cowards? Oh yeah, they're too busy running his re-election campaign to give a damn about what citizens who votes don't matter anyway. Pisses me off to no end, I tell you what. I don't know. Somebody give me a better option, because honest to God, I hate thinking that way. I hate thinking that there are elected officials who think that way. But more and more and more, I lean towards it because nothing else makes sense. Give me something that makes sense. I'm ready for it. I just need to hear it. Anyway, close enough to the bottom of the hour. I think that we're going to go ahead and take the break, and when we come back, we are going to tackle another semi-long topic, and then we'll ease our way to the end of the show like we always do, with a positive note. So Rick's going to push a button. You're going to hear some music. Feel free to dance and sing. I don't need to see any videos, but anyway, let's do this thing, and we'll be back in about 4. Psst, that's you. Or maybe we won't be back in 4. I don't know. I don't know where Rick went. Anyway, let's just keep it going then. The joys of live radio, folks, I'm telling you. You just can't beat it. Let's see what to do here. Let's just let's skip ahead to a shorter one. Rick, are you back with me? Okay, real quick. Surging inflation gobbled up household income gains last year, just like it did the year before, in which Americans saw their living standards eroded by rising prices. Americans' inflation-adjusted median household income fell to $74,580, declining 2.3% from the previous year, according to the U.S. Census Bureau. So all these little media rallies you see Biden doing, talking about Bidenomics this and Bidenomics that, the bottom line is Americans are still losing money. And that, folks, is Bidenomics. He can call it whatever he wants to. He can try to spin it however he wants to. At the end of the day, you and I are taking home less money. It just doesn't get any. Somebody should be beating him over the head with these statistics from the Census Bureau. And literally, these numbers are being tabulated by branches of the current government that he runs. And people aren't calling him to task on it. I don't know. I don't even know if Rick's back yet. Is Rick back yet?
Who's Rick?
Thought I heard some tweaking and chiming there.
Who's Rick?
Rick, hey, we're gonna do this thing called a break.
We are. Are you sure?
Yeah. See, I'm gonna say some cute little stupid things, and then I'm gonna talk about how you're gonna push a button and play music, and they can sing and dance. We just don't need to see videos of it. And then we'll be back in 4 minutes. How does that sound to you?
I'm already playing the music.
There you go. Shake your booties.
I was waiting for the rest of the good stuff. What happened?
I've been jumping through some hoops. Wanna get my body loose. Wanna tell you what to do. I've been running out of bounds like an animal struggling. Looking for a diamond. I'm trying. I'm fighting. Riding in the rhythm now. I just wanna stay on the night. Wanna stay on the night. Yeah.
You are listening to KLRN Radio, where liberty and reason still reign.
A new year means it's time for a new home network that can keep up. With Cox Internet, you have the speed and coverage your family needs to stay connected. You'll enjoy Cox's fiber-based hybrid network with options for fast upload and download speeds. And if your household has lots of connected devices, Panoramic Wi-Fi may be the perfect fit thanks to its additional control features. Plus, with advanced security on Panoramic Wi-Fi, you'll know each connected device is securely protected 24/7. A whole world of connectivity is yours with Cox Internet. Learn more at Cox.com.
This is Joanne Jenkins, CEO of AARP. The coronavirus continues to affect us all, and we are here actively supporting you and your community. Every day, we're providing trusted information from top health experts, sharing tools to help protect families from fraud, and creating resources to support family caregivers everywhere. As always, you can count on AARP to advocate for you and your family. Join us and stay connected at aarp.org/coronavirus.
KLRN Radio has advertising rates available. We have rates to fit almost any budget. Contact us at advertising@klrnradio.com.
Hi, I'm Mike, founder of DollarShaveClub.com. What is DollarShaveClub.com? Well, for $1 a month, we send high-quality razors right to your door. Yeah, $1. Are the blades any good? No. Our blades are f***ing great. Each razor has stainless steel blades, an aloe vera lubricating strip, and a pivot head. It's so gentle a toddler could use it. And do you like spending $20 a month on brand name razors? 19 go to Roger Federer. I'm good at tennis.
And do you think your razor needs a vibrating handle, a flashlight, a back scratcher, and 10 blades? Your handsome-ass grandfather had 1 blade and polio. Looking good, Pop-Up! Stop paying for shave tech you don't need. And stop forgetting to buy your blades every month. Alejandro and I are going to ship them right to you. We're not just selling razors, we're also making new jobs. Alejandro, what were you doing last month?
Not working.
What are you doing now?
Working.
I'm no Vanderbilt, but this train makes hay. So stop forgetting to buy your blades every month and start deciding where you're going to stack all those dollar bills I'm saving you. We are DollarShaveClub.com, and the party is on.
I know karate, I know jiu-jitsu, and drive like a gangster when I'm coming to see you.
The world has changed, and Microsoft Teams is there to help us stay connected. Teams is the safe and secure way to chat, meet, call, and collaborate. To learn more, visit Microsoft.com/Teams.
Not to be a backseat driver, but can you say for sure you got the best monthly payment possible on your auto loan? Could it be that you might have gotten a better deal by shopping the loan at a few places and have a lower car payment? Next time, before you go car shopping, visit Communication Federal Credit Union first. Our auto loan experts will find you a perfect loan and get you the lowest monthly payment we can. Communication Federal, your auto loan experts. Restrictions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Still the best damn bumper intro and outro music in the business. And I don't care who thinks otherwise. Programming reminder. First of all, you are listening to KLRN Radio, America's podcast network. We are broadcasting live from the KLRN Gulf Coast studios via the mothership in Oklahoma. Man, what a connection, huh? You sound like you're right next door.
Well, you know, modern technology is a wonderful thing.
Anyway, coming up, top of the hour, is there a red wine tonight?
There will be, yes, sir.
There will be a red wine tonight. The ladies will be on the couch. I don't know if Aaron will be with them or not. I don't know if they have a guest or not. But there will be a red wine, so you're going to want to stay tuned for that. I really need to get better at this. You'd think after 10 years it'd catch on, but no.
Well, you know, when you take nearly 3 months off, it kind of makes you a little rusty. Just saying.
You do build up a little ring rust. You wouldn't think it, but it does happening.
It does happening. Did you summer in India, sir? It does happening.
It does happening, and you know, you just deal with it. That's all you do. Is there an Amish and Robinson, Rick and Orty, Dan and Rick, or?
Dan has retired. As far as I know, there will be a Rick and Orty at some point. I'm just trying to touch base with Amos to be sure.
Okay. So there you go. And then, you know, smoke them if you got them after that. I don't know what else to tell you. Depending
on what you're smoking, you might want to just start now.
Well, I mean, you could start now. The end of the show might make more sense by then. Anyway, here's something that'll turn your stomach. I know. Everybody just wants their stomach turned, right? Not me, really, but this. Iranian dictator Ayatollah Ali Khamenei celebrated the demise of, quote unquote, the arrogant power of America in a speech in Tehran on Monday, the 22nd anniversary of the September 11th attacks on the U.S. homeland by radical Muslim terrorists. Khamenei's remarks, in which he celebrated that America has weakened and will become weaker, preceded by a report by the Associated Press that leftist American President Joe Biden agreed to waive sanctions on third-party countries to allow the transfer of $6 billion with a B in frozen funds to Iran out of banks in South Korea, a further concession as part of a prisoner swap that first leaked out in early August. The initial reports on the deal suggested that the Iranian terrorist state would release 5 Americans in exchange for a, quote, handful of Iranian convicts and $6 billion. But the Americans in question have only been released out of the country's notorious Evin prison into house arrest and are reportedly not free as of yet. The reports, citing the Iranian mission to the United Nations, claiming the money would travel from South Korea banks to Qatar. The concessions reported on Monday are reportedly meant to facilitate that transfer by not punishing banks aiding the transfer for violating existing sanctions. White House National Security Council Coordinator and Strategic Communications John Kirby said with a straight face, "This is not a ransom." Of course, we know Kirby's lying because he's just doing what he was told to do. Khamenei's remarks on Monday did not mention the reported $6 billion agreement, nor did they dwell on September 11th, 2001. The supreme leader of Iran instead warned Iranians to fear alleged American plots to undermine the Islamic Revolution, but claims such schemes were the last gasps of a dying power. And he's not wrong. I mean, Biden is weak. He is. He can talk all he wants to, but he's weak. He hasn't shown any strength anywhere around the globe during the time of his administration. Khamenei continued, "The arrogant power of America and some European countries has weakened and will become weaker." And you know what? He's right. Look what our military is turning into. Branches are having a hard time. Well, they're not having a hard time. They're having an impossible time making recruiting quotas. Because everybody that thinks it'd be cool to go in and have the government pay for their sex change or their transition, this is not what the military was meant for. So, Khamenei claimed that the world was in the process of transformation away from the era of America being the world's dominant superpower. And with this administration, he's not wrong. It pains me to say that, but he's not. The main lines of this transformation are several things. First of all, weakening of the world's arrogant powers, Khamenei claimed. They themselves say that the indicators of American power in the world, like economy, are declining. One of the most important indicators of American power was the strong American economy, and it is declining. America interfered in various governments, but the condition is now declining, he continued. Today, America has to create a combined war in order to hit the governments that it wants to hit, which is very costly for it and will not work out in the end. Again, he's not wrong. We're sending billions upon billions upon billions. How long before it's $1 trillion to Ukraine? How long? Maybe by next summer? We'll see if it takes that long. Day by day, new powers are rising, Khamenei said. This is a great global change. Despite the alleged great global change, Khamenei claimed that America remained a threat to Tehran through alleged plots to use human rights issues to turn the Iranian people against their repressive leaders. Well, I mean, that's not a secret. I mean, that's been a strategy for decades. Today, the U.S. has plans in the region for Iraq, Syria, Lebanon, Yemen, Afghanistan, and even for the countries of the Persian Gulf, which are its old and traditional friends, Khamenei said, offering no evidence of the claims or expanding on what these plans allegedly entail. In Iran, he continued that America's support for human rights, particularly anti-regime protests, in the aftermath of the brutal killing of 22-year-old Mahsa Amini for allegedly wearing a hijab improperly, was an attempt to exploit crisis points in the country to topple the regime. When we say the enemy is becoming weak, it doesn't mean that they cannot plot, be hostile, and strike. They can, Khamenei continued. They are busy planning. We should not slumber. We should not be negligent. Isn't that funny? He's telling his country to be vigilant and to stay on guard. Now, you may not agree with their cause, but doesn't that kind of almost sound like a Reagan-esque kind of speech? Again, Khamenei's shit. Biden is shit. But think about the way Reagan talked to the country and how Khamenei was talking to the country. Yeah. It's kind of scary. American courts have held Iran accountable for offering aid and potentially training the jihadists who orchestrated the attack in 2018. An American judge ordered the Iranian Islamic regime to pay $6 billion, the same amount as that frozen in South Korean banks, to the families of victims of the September 11th attacks as a result of Tehran's material support to al-Qaeda, the Sunni terrorist organization responsible. Khamenei's warnings to Iranians to consider America a dangerous enemy despite its alleged downfall also came on the same day that the Associated Press reported that the Biden administration folded like a cheap chair and agreed to give them $6 billion and one-for-one prisoner swap. Reports of the Biden administration considering freeing the $6 billion to Iranian custody in exchange for freeing 5 Americans imprisoned in the country surfaced back in August, as I mentioned. But the Associated Press claimed that the Biden administration didn't tell congressional leaders about the sanctions waivers until September 11th. What's he trying to commemorate the day? I mean, really? You couldn't wait till the 12th? You couldn't do it the week before? You had to do it on September 11th. Friggin' ass clown. State Department spokesman Matthew Miller told reporters on Monday, just before the AP report was published, that the deals to liberate Americans imprisoned in Iran were ongoing. He said, "We continue to work towards the full release of the American citizens that were detained in Iran." Here's an idea. Maybe we just treat their prisoners the same way they treat ours. Oh no, we're better than that, right? We're too good to do that. Bullshit. What do you think we've been doing at Gitmo? The Biden administration had not previously confirmed any deals in particular regarding the 5 Americans identified in August as Simek Namazi, Imad Shargi, Morad Tabaz, and 2 other unnamed prisoners in the New York Times report. Administration officials had instead acknowledged that the prisoners were moved out of Evin prison, a facility notorious. Really?
I don't know. Everything still seemed fine on my end. I don't know what that was.
Aliens on the line. Facility notorious for torturing political prisoners.
Agency, but who knows?
Yeah. It says they're now just in house arrest. But, anyway. That's what's going on with that. Let's see. What do we have? What do we have left to do? Oh, yeah. Oh, Kirby. Kirby dismissed the whole thing, saying that the money was not a ransom, and also claimed, contrary to the subsequent report on Monday, that, quote, there's not going to be sanctions relief. How much you want to bet in relation to these negotiations? He said there's not going to be a ransom payment. There's not going to be sanctions relief. Well, we know now that both of those are bullshit. Oh, because we're saying that this is not a ransom. So we're not paying a ransom. We're just giving them this bonus money over here. He blamed the Trump administration for the $6 billion bank account existing. Oh, man. Yeah, 10% for the big guy, Aggie. That's right. He said it's important to remember that the account from which money could be accessed by the Iranians is an account set up in the previous administration that allowed other countries to import non-sanctionable goods, he claimed. It's not something that the Biden administration created, but it's a series of accounts that Iran has pulled on before. You know why it was created during the Trump administration? Because it took until 2018 to get a verdict and a ruling on how it should be handled. Well, guess what? He was president, so he did it. Yeah, I need $6 billion in bonus money too, Raptor. Me and you, brother. All right, that's it for the stupid stuff. We talked about household incomes dumping already. Now, as you know, we do like to end the show on a high note. Good news story to wrap it all up. We have enough of the serious crap in this world, so we are going to move forward with this great little thing. And just a reminder, the red wine is coming up next. To be followed by some kind of Rick and Morty, maybe a late America off the rails, or maybe nothing at all. I really don't know. I do know the red wine is coming up at the top. Hey, where are the white women at? Yes, exactly. I know. I've been looking for them too. Anyway. When I saw this, I knew this had to be the story because it's just too cool. Scout, which is also the name of one of my cats, was a mutt and a stray and was kept at a shelter in Michigan until the pooch, with no past, decided that he was tired of waiting to be adopted. So he went trotting out looking for someone to adopt. He successfully escaped the shelter and its fences 3 separate times in pursuit of a permanent home. One day in mid-July, Antrim County Animal Control was called to Meadowbrook Medical Care Facility, where they found one of their shelter's dogs, Scout, curled up on the couch in the waiting room. He had escaped the night before from the shelter just down the road, somehow managed to scale the 10-foot chain link fence and then another 6-foot privacy fence, cross a busy highway without being run over, go down the sidewalk, find the nursing home, go through the front door undeterred, and curl up on the couch to sleep. It was a puzzling story, but without any satisfactory way of answering the question, they took Scout back to the shelter, only for him to escape again a few nights later and turned up back at the Meadowbrook waiting room. They came and got Scout again and took him back to the shelter. And then a few nights after that, there was Scout again. And the staff at Meadowbrook felt that they had to make a decision. I'm a person who looks at outward signs, and if it's meant to be, it's meant to be, said Marna Robinson, the nursing home's administrator. He did that not once, not twice, but 3 times. And obviously, that's something that should have attention paid to. So we had a meeting, and I asked the staff, would anybody like to have a dog? Well, suffice it to say, many of them were in favor of it, and Scout has been adopted by the Meadowbrook Nursing Home, who, the staff say it's clear that he's been abused in his past life, but he quickly set about the business of making friends with the residents, a long-term / permanent care facility that houses dementia patients, elderly without any family support, and those in the end-of-life stages. Having Scout around has turned out to be a priceless addition, Robertson said. To each and every one of them, it's their dog, said Jenny Martinek, the nursing house's household coordinator. They say he patrols the halls in a manner that's part security guard, part professional greeter, and routinely visits those who are passing away or popping in on residents who still have the energy to play with him. And always stopping by the rooms of those who keep treats in their walkers. He's not huge or menacing, but if someone who doesn't live there rings the doorbell, he barks and jumps up on the wall just to let them know that they had better behave when they come in. And they say that the speed at which he has adapted himself to these roles with these elderly patients is remarkable, and paired with the fact that he simply just kept showing up there, gives the staff and the residents the feeling that he was meant to be at Meadowbrook all along. So Meadowbrook Nursing Home, here's to you folks for stepping up and doing the right thing with Scout the Wonder Dog, who apparently decided he was going to do the right thing too. And, it sounds like a bunch of lives have been made better for it, especially as those lives come to a close in this world. And you know what? I don't know. Can you think of a much better way to wrap it all up and say that that's your good news story of the week? I think that's pretty freaking incredible.
And this has been G's happy ending, patent pending.
Yes, G's happy ending. That's right. We read from the spot, G's spot, for the happy ending. That is right. Yes. All rights and privileges thereunto.
G's happy ending is sponsored by Hot Dickens Cider.
Yes. Yes, it is. We'll have to get something made up for that. That's great.
I'm sending it to Ben tomorrow.
You're what?
I'm sending it to Ben Crystal tomorrow.
Oh, anyway, that's the show. If you like it, tell your friends. If your friends like it, you need new ones. But they and you are welcome right here with me on Wednesday nights on KLRN Radio, America's podcast network, home of the Conservative Curmudgeon Show. I'm Grouch. Peace.
I hate this place. Nothing works here. The medications don't work. I've been here for 7 years.
Here's to us, here's to love, all the times that we messed up. Here's to you, feel the grass, 'cause the last few nights have kicked my ass. If they give you hell, tell them go fuck themselves. Go fuck themselves. Here's to us, here's to us, here's to us. Here's to us, here's to love, here's to everybody will. Here's to us, here's to love, here's to us. Here's to us.
You are listening to KLRN Radio, where liberty and reason still reign.
My son was in the Army back during Desert Storm, but even then he wanted an MBA. He looked at a dozen schools, but only one offered the online education and flexibility he needed while he was in a tent in Iraq. Grantham University. Turns out that Grantham's been delivering affordable, relevant college and advanced degrees for over 65 years. Heck, if they can deliver a quality education to a soldier in a tent overseas, think about the flexibility Grantham can offer you so you can earn your degree too. It doesn't matter how complicated or full your life is. If getting a degree is on your bucket list, you'll want to do what my son did. You'll want to call Grantham. Find out how easy it is to get started on your education so you can check that college degree off your bucket list. Call Grantham right now, 800-910-1370. That's 800-910-1370. Flexible, affordable, relevant. Call 800-910-1370.
Attention business owners and independent contractors. This is a money-saving message from Tax Mediation Services. If your business owes $20,000 or more in taxes, we can help you today, right now. Listen, dealing with the IRS is no picnic. It's an intimidating and extremely stressful process, and you don't want to go it alone. Our attorneys know every law, every tax break, and every possible opportunity to help you resolve and reduce your tax debt. And if you owe more than $20,000, you may be at the top of their hit list. So don't take your tax debt lightly, because it will not go away on its own. The IRS can seize your bank accounts, your home, and even shut down your business. Call our tax experts today at 1-800-783-0810 and let us deal with the IRS while you focus on your business. That's 1-800-783-0810. Again, that's 800-783-0810.
Hi, I'm Mike, founder of DollarShaveClub.com. What is DollarShaveClub.com? Well, for $1 a month, we send high-quality razors right to your door. Yeah, $1. Are the blades any good? No. Our blades are f***ing great. Each razor has stainless steel blades, an aloe vera lubricating strip, and a pivot head. It's so gentle a toddler could use it. And do you like spending $20 a month on brand name razors? 19 go to Roger Federer. I'm good at tennis. And do you think your razor needs a vibrating handle, a flashlight, a back scratcher, and 10 blades? Your handsome-ass grandfather had 1 blade and polio. Looking good, pop up! Stop paying for shave tech you don't need. And stop forgetting to buy your blades every month. Alejandro and I are going to ship them right to you. We're not just selling razors, we're also making new jobs. Alejandro, what were you doing last month?
Not working.
What are you doing now?
Working.
I'm no Vanderbilt, but this train makes hay. So stop forgetting to buy your blades every month and start deciding where you're going to stack all those dollar bills I'm saving you. We are DollarShaveClub.com, and the party is on.
I know karate, I know jiu-jitsu, I drive like a gangster when I'm see you, see you, see you, see you.
The following program contains coarse language and adult themes. Listener discretion is advised.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you for joining us today. This is going to be such a great show. A lot of people were really surprised that we were going to do a show about the Hooties.
Because we really want to say Hootie and the Blowfish, but
yeah, right.
no, wrong Hootie.
But, we're going to be serious tonight because this is a serious subject. Yep. So the USS Gravely today shot down Hootie missiles that were launched at the Maersk Detroit merchant ship. Okay, the Hooties of the United States continue to trade strikes on Wednesdays. It's kind of like a tit for tat, but it's nothing like what it should be. And to help kind of untangle this web tonight is my friend, Captain Jim Staples. He is a 1979 Mass Maritime alumni. He was in sea for 37 years, ladies, and yes, he's married. Maybe that's why he's been married for 37 years. I don't know. I never asked him, but he's been a captain for 23. He's an awful, intelligent guy. He studied terrorism at St. Andrews in Scotland, and Diane will tell you where her daughter went.
Yes.
Also in Scotland. He is a consultant. Okay, we're not getting any inside information tonight, but he is a terrorist consultant and negotiator. And for anyone who's a Delta member or
breaking up a little bit there.
Say it again?
You're breaking up a little bit there.
Oh my God, I can't stand it. Jim Staples, Captain Jim Staples, is a consultant. He owns Ocean River LLC, Maritime Consultants. He consults on marine safety, terrorism, and piracy. So good evening, Captain. Thank you so much for coming with us. And please, someone make sure that we stop 10 minutes before, because Captain Jim is going to tell us about
Joe, I'm not sure what you're doing, but I can't hear a single word that you're saying. Totally breaking up.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know if you're moving the microphone or... Are you there? Hello? Is anyone here?
One moment, please.
I am. Is Daryl in here? Or is she fixing the microphones?
Looks like it looks like she may be trying to fix some stuff. So what I could make out was that she was trying. Yeah, we can now. It seems like it's back to the point where when you try to talk for more than a couple minutes, your bandwidth goes nuts. So I don't know if somebody's on your network that wasn't on last week, but yeah, it's kind of back to what it was before. The longer you talk, the less we can hear.
Okay, well, then I will just say the yes and the uh-hums. What did you get so far? Captain Jim Staples, studied terrorism studies over in Andrews, Scotland. He is right now facilitating some negotiations. He's at the Maritime Institute of Technology in Graduate Studies, otherwise known as MITAG. Could you describe what happened today with the Maersk Detroit, Captain Jim?
Yeah, during a transit today, the convoy, she was with another ship too, and they were attacked by the Houthis. The Houthis launched off a bunch of ballistic missiles. The Navy was able to handle most of them, but one of them got through and almost struck the vessel, the Maersk Detroit. I guess from what I'm hearing is that the blast was close enough that they could feel the heat from the missile. This is not the first American ship that's had a close call. We also had another ship, one of the companies that I work very closely with, also coming out of Djibouti. It had a missile launch at her, and again, same thing. It was a miss. These aren't very good guided missiles. These are just missiles they shoot up, and they hope they can reach something. But the missile, same thing, was struck very close to the vessel, exploded in the ocean, but they could also feel the heat being radiated from the explosion. So this is happening quite frequently now. The Navy's been able to handle most of them, missiles that get through, but for some reason, one of these got through today, and luckily, by the grace of God, that the ship did not get hit. So
and this is an American ship.
This is an American ship. An American crew, yep. Master Mason pilots, the officers on board, and the MEBA engineers are below with the SIU as part of the crew. So they're all Americans on board that ship, and they are over in the Middle East area in the Red Sea, moving cargo. And this is what they got to contend with every day.
And before we go on to describe the ships and that, could you please tell me what is this administration doing now? And what have they done since they've been in office to protect our merchant marines who carry all our goods, all our ammunition?
Well, let me say they're doing a bit more than they probably are in the southern border, but they are taking some action, but it's not decisive action that's going to stop the Houthis. The Houthis are going to continue doing this until they're either totally annihilated or some other unilateral agreement comes about. But just what's happening today is, with the shooting missiles from ships is not going to end the situation we have in Yemen until we get either a ceasefire is what they're looking for up in Israel. And I don't know if that'll ever happen, but this is a situation we're dealing with. The government could be doing more as far as I'm concerned. But, it's just basically
it's a terrorist organization. It should not be confused with pirates.
Exactly.
They want to annihilate. They want to rule the world. There's no, you're going to have to do tactically and strategically what you're going to have to do with your team. But people need to know that this isn't a matter of, if we just do this or if we just do that. That's not how it works. And it's terrorism.
Exactly. It's they were a terrorist organization in the last administration. They were noted as terrorist, and then this administration took that label off. And as the Houthis are trying to work out a deal with the UN to be recognized in the whole 9 yards like that, but they're actually having a war with the Yemen government. They've been fighting the Saudis for quite a few years now, but they're still terrorists, and supposedly they're going to be reinstated as a terrorist group. But that's
just to reiterate what you said. So the Biden administration has done basically nothing, but the Trump administration decisive action.
Yeah, I think Trump definitely took decisive action on everything he did. He didn't have any encounters like this, though. We didn't have ships being fired upon and a war in Ukraine and, a war in Israel. We didn't have this much action going on around the world since he's left office. We were only dealing with Afghanistan, basically. But that's the sad thing that, before he was elected, everybody was saying that we're going to be in World War III. And right now, I really feel that this government's not getting too engaged with the Houthis because it would probably be very easy to trip and fall into World War III if that does happen, especially with Iran being involved.
Can you help the viewers visualize where the ships start from, basic journey, and what as they go through the the Suez Canal and whatnot, what are they facing in each specific area going on their transit route?
Well, if a ship leaves the East Coast from the United States, she's going to cross the Atlantic Ocean and head for Gibraltar. So, that's going to be winter weather, heavy seas, bad weather going through there. But they'll get to Gibraltar. It starts to get to be a bottleneck. Gibraltar is. They'll make their passage through Gibraltar and get into the Mediterranean, and then from the Mediterranean they'll steam on down towards the Suez Canal, and there they may wait a day before they'll be at anchor before they can make their transit through the canal. That's about a 27-hour day voyage, the complete day from start to finish. So it's a long, hectic day for the crew. Everybody's tired. Fatigue's a major problem with in the maritime industry because we don't have large crews, maybe 20 to 24 people on board these ships that are larger than a lot of Navy ships where they'll have 500 on a ship like this. So it's, it's a very tiring job. So by the time they get through Suez Canal, they'll go down through down into the Red Sea is where they'll be going, and they could turn up into Aqaba and go up towards Jordan, or they can continue south or go into Jeddah, and then from there they'll continue down in the Red Sea till they get to the Straits of Bab el-Mandeb, which is another what we call choke point. Once they get through the Straits of Bab el-Mandeb, they'll turn easterly and go through the Gulf of Aden, which runs just south of Aden and up towards Somalia on the southern side. So they've got all that to deal with the piracy and being shot at now, especially in the Red Sea. Once they get to a certain latitude in the Red Sea where the capability of the missile can actually reach, they start having to worry about missiles being shot at them and drones coming at them, and also the waterborne IEDs, which are basically 16 to 20-foot boats that are just laden with explosives. So they have all these things to deal with after they've made a long journey from the United States coming across without being able to get off the vessel at any time.
Explain to people how that's not free. It's international water. So what does that mean, that passage? When we say
international waters, you are designated free passage. That's one of the agreements that have been made, that all vessels should have free passage in international waters, which basically means they won't be hampered with. Nobody's going to bother them. They don't have to clear customs and all that kind of good stuff. It's just free passage, and they can be on their merry way to wherever they're going. But we're not seeing that here. Even when they get down to the choke points. Excuse me?
No, and that's what I'm saying, the choke points. I mean, I guess, on the map, it's hard to tell what the geography is, but that everyone has to go through that area. So I can see that would be dangerous. Are they firing from that choke point there?
Oh, absolutely. It's a very narrow gap that you have to go through. Most straits are, or they've got a lot of traffic in them. Never mind just the traffic you got to avoid, but there's lots of hazards too, nautical hazards you got to worry about, shallow land, shoals, things like that. So it's, but there are lanes in there. So if you can picture like an expressway, you got a north and a southbound lane, and then you've got an area in the center there where everybody stays out of. But, even in the lanes, if you're heading south, you're going to have traffic that you're going to have to deal with. You'll have fishing boat traffic that's crossing through. And then you don't know who's in these boats. These dhows in these small boats could be bad guys, right? So they could be getting ready to attack the vessel at any time, making these transits through the straits. They get up through the Gulf of Aden.
That's what I was, like Diane and I asked you about earlier, is the flags, where they change the flags. It would be like this is an American ship with American sailors. But we also have different ships with different flags that mean different things. And we're carrying what? We're carrying oil. We're carrying cars at some point. All the things that people need. And these people are not protected and then being fired upon. How long has this been the way that they live, the way that they work, the way that they transport our goods?
Well, Yemen is it's not a first tier type country. It's definitely third world. I've run in and out of Hodeidah many times, and the place it's biblical when you go into the place.
Describe for our listeners what you mean by that, because I really want them to get the full picture. I mean, this is not a high technology.
I mean, if you can picture the times that Jesus Christ and his apostles walked the earth, that's probably not too far from what it is when we get to the extremes of some of these cities, but it's not Chicago, it's not New York, it's not anything near that. Not until you get over into Dubai and countries like that are they, highly modernized. But even Dubai, you get outside of Dubai and it goes back to a desert and the way they used to live hundreds of years ago. So it's not really totally built up. And Dubai's a beautiful place. It's got beautiful hotels and restaurants and all that kind of stuff. But you get 100 miles out of Dubai and you've gone back 1,000 years.
Yeah, it's just insane how you were comparing that the merchants haven't had no protection since World War I, World War II. I mean, we're supposed to learn from our mistakes. I just, I don't even know what to say that our merchant marines have gone unprotected for this long. And it is not a money issue, right, Captain Jim?
No. We have had protection at certain times during the Persian Gulf Wars. We would definitely get escorts. But I used to take my ship loaded with ammunition up through minefields. And they actually had, the minesweepers had been through and opened up a channel so we could go through. But we definitely had some protection, but we weren't being fired at like this. The only time that we ever had any problems was when the Iraq was shooting the Scud missiles down towards Saudi Arabia. We were up in Dammam, and there was quite a bit of action that way. But we had the Patriot missiles there that would take out most of those. But it wasn't anything like this. We weren't directly having missiles and drones because, we didn't have drones back in those days. But, missiles weren't being shot at us those days, except with the exception of a couple of ships that were taken out by a aircraft, an Iraqi aircraft that hit one of the tankers that we had running through there back in the 80s. And but that was a rocket that came off a jet. So we have stuff happen, but
so right now, if it's a U.S. flagged ship, they going through the straits, they have the escort of the Navy, right?
Correct.
So what happens with ships that are flying a different flag? I believe there's a ship right now where they're being held the crew members are being held hostage.
Is it the Galaxy Leader?
Yes.
Yeah.
Could you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, the Galaxy Leader was what they call a PCTC vessel. It's a pure carrier, truck carrier. They're auto transporters. They move all types of rolling stock. So you can have dump trucks on there and high and heavy stuff. You can put rail cars on there. A lot of the ones that we use they do carry military cargo. We carry helicopters. We've carried F-18s. We carry tanks, M1As when we're doing military. But usually when we're carrying all the vehicles, we carry high-end stuff. If you remember, just recently, the Felicity Ace had a major fire on board just north of the Azores, and the total cargo was totally lost. The vessel sank, and we're talking high-end stuff. Lamborghinis.
Yes. All the people crying in the U.S.
Yeah. So they lost a lot.
They were waiting months for those cars because of COVID, and then it ended up sinking. I didn't feel it too much. I mean, yeah, it was
lots of Porsches, you name it. It was on board. Wow. So we carry all sorts of stuff on these ships, but on a ro-ro ship. So that Galaxy Leader was a ro-ro ship, what we call a roll-on, roll-off vessel.
Roll-on-off, yeah.
Yeah, she was empty at the time. She was on her way to India to get more cargo. And what happened was, as we saw the helicopter come from the stern and just about basically landed on the car carrier, and a bunch of Houthi rebels or Iranians, I'm not sure, but they got off and they took the vessel. They took the captain and the crew hostage, and the helicopter departed. But it was the first time we've seen that. But we have seen the helicopter used before, but they usually do a fast rope down, or what they call a fast.
Is that the same ship where we lost the 2 Navy SEALs?
No, they were not lost off of that. They were down in the Gulf of Aden boarding another vessel,
That's
what they call a dhow. They were getting on a dhow.
That hasn't changed since.
Right. That's the dhows. The dhows are used to do a lot of smuggling. And the pirates used to use them as the mothership, so they would run their smaller boats off the dhows because they have a greater range, more fuel, and they could go a lot further than a small outboard engine can. So they would usually trail their smaller boats behind the dhow and go look for a target ship. And from there, they would launch their attack and get in the small boats and go get the bigger ship. But these dhows have been being used for thousands of years, for especially smuggling, other than just moving cargo. But you'll see a lot of them in quite a few of the Persian Gulf ports, just loading regular merchandise. If they might be taking refrigerators or TV sets or any kind of household appliance you could ever think of, bringing them to different parts inside the Persian Gulf because they can get into a lot of smaller ports with not a great draft. So you see a lot of these dhows out there, but now the problem is we're having a hard time figuring out which ones are the bad guys and which one are the good guys. So the Navy's trying to intercept a lot of the ones that have been on a hit list, and this was one of those vessels, I assume. And the two guys tried to get on board and, were unfortunately lost.
Yeah, that was devastating. I mean, just absolutely devastating. Because the one that was trying to get up on the, would you say it was a chain?
Yeah, they were climbing up
chain ladder.
Like chain ladder to get on the ship. It's a difficult task, But these guys they train. But whenever you're up against the elements and Mother Nature, sometimes it's just overwhelming. And
you have the ebb and weigh of the ship. You have the move of the ocean, and then
right.
And the other one jumped in after him because that's what SEALs do.
Right. That's exactly right. Yep, absolutely.
Well, and they all have all their gear, all their team gear, their vests.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. We've lost 2 lives already dealing with these Houthi rebels.
So what exactly are the Houthi rebels asking for to get this ship, the Galaxy, released?
Well, basically they took the vessel because of what's happening up in Israel with the Israelis going after Hamas. But they want the same thing most of these protesters want around here to free the Palestinians and let the Palestinians go and keep letting the Hamas do what they do
we have the 21 Israeli soldiers, IDF soldiers that were killed either I think today or yesterday. That it's looking like that's not going to be happening anytime soon. And Israel has the right to defend itself, obviously, from the atrocious actions that were taken, a couple of months ago. And I think it's a difficult time, of course, for shipping right now because they're going to be looking for targets to try and pressure.
Yeah, I mean, we can relate it much back to 9/11. It was the same thing. We were defending ourselves. We went after the bad guys, and they're going after the bad guys. So that's what they're doing, and they know because they've been living this for a long, long time, that if they don't get them, it's not going to stop. They will continue. If they give them a ceasefire, I guarantee you that the Hamas will be firing rockets back into Israel-held land.
Oh, and they did the last time that there was the ceasefire. They literally the same day. They have no control over the different factions that make up.
They want every Israeli taken off this planet. They've said that multiple times. Their leader has said it, and that's what they want to do. And that's who they're starting with. They're starting with the Israelis, and once they get done with the Israelis, they're coming after the rest of us.
Yeah, pretty much.
That. And you have team friends. I have team friends too, and I know my friends are saying that we're gearing up. We are going to gear up. We don't know if it's going to be on foreign soil or on home soil, but you guys are gearing up too, right?
Yeah, I think it's going to be on both. I mean, you just saw in the news they caught that guy down at the border, and he was telling right there on national news that you're going to know my name. You're going to know it pretty soon. And come to find out, this is a guy that was being held for terrorism for a long time, and now he's out free, and he's come across the border, and he's staying right now. We're coming. It's going to happen. Yeah. You're going to know my name.
There's no rehabilitation here. There is absolutely no possible way that we can come to an agreement.
I mean, if you remember, Bin Laden said this was going to be a war that was going to last 100 years.
Mm-hmm. And we had a chance to take him out with Clinton, and we didn't.
Yes, 90.
Yeah.
And we didn't.
Yeah.
No, they had him in his sights many, many times.
And you have to again remember, which we talked about before, Biden was the only one in that room that did not want the trigger to be pulled to kill bin Laden. Mm-hmm. He was the only one in that room. So that just goes to show how weak he is, or some nefarious other reason behind it, because who knows what this guy thinks. Probably bin Laden was probably paying him for all we know.
Well, you know what? The way politics goes now, we don't know. I mean, I don't know if you guys heard Carrie Lake was bribed. And so is our whole entire government working against us? Seriously, like, we don't know, right? Because how do you not do anything as Biden? You're going to play like little tit for tat because they don't want to provoke Iran?
The things that we keep finding out, when it came to the purported, what they call the J6, whatever, and the stuff that we're finding out that we suspected was always true, but you had that committee that we now know is lying, that they deleted 117 crucial documents, videos, or whatever. 2 weeks before the new House took over, the Republicans took over the House, which have been retrieved, except they're encrypted. So now they have to figure out how to unencrypt them. But we've been lied to. I mean, we as a whole, the government, in my opinion, no longer works for the citizens. They think the citizens serve them. And somehow or another, this is what shifted, and we have to shift it back.
Well, the United States isn't even posturing, right, Captain Jim? I mean, they're not even posturing, but they definitely are not prioritizing safety of American citizens in American ships.
No.
We left 80 million or $80 million worth of military.
The military equipment in Afghanistan.
Yeah, is that equipment being used against us now? Thank you, Biden.
From what I hear, it is. I mean, it's gone through the black market all over the place. So they've sold it to a lot of different places. I hear some of it's in Ukraine. It's probably gone to a lot of different terrorist organizations all throughout the world.
Yeah,
but,
I mean, I think it was
big
on purpose. Oh, I forgot it. I forgot $80 million worth of gear. Sorry.
I can remember during the war, I used to carry home a lot of the stuff coming out of the Gulf, and it was destroyed stuff. M1As, APCs, all those type of vehicles were totally destroyed. They were melted down. They were been hit by explosives. They were blown up. They were just junk. Humvees.
Inoperable, right?
Inoperable. And I had a 3-star on board saying it was important to get this home because they did not want it used for propaganda. And that was back in the 90s and 2000s when we were bringing all that stuff back. And here I am thinking, wow, we're bringing all this stuff that's basically just scrap metal. And yet we left all that stuff in Afghanistan when one general says, because he says it's too expensive to bring back. And I'm thinking, wow, why was I moving all this junk if all this really good, useful stuff is too expensive to bring back? It just doesn't make any sense, And this was a general I was dealing with from 3rd Army, from Patton's own army. And he might even been a 4-star, I forget. But, he came down with a whole triage of guys with him. And it was had him on board the ship the whole day. And it was important for him to come down and look at this cargo and to get it home. So, here they are leaving stuff up there. So something's not right. You got one general saying one thing and another general saying something else. So you tell me.
And our ships are all over the place, right? We have somebody in the Mediterranean. We have a couple of ships somewhere else. I mean, we don't have a lot of ships that we can spare right now.
Well, we're split up pretty well because of the Chinese problem off of Taiwan right now. We've got quite a few ships over there that are dealing with the Chinese. But, and then we got fleet up in the Mediterranean. There's a fleet in the Atlantic. There's they are all spread up. And they're getting thin, too. You got all these sailors that are on board these ships for a long, long time. And, being at sea and not being able to get off and just go to a basic Walmart or something, fatigue sets in. And it gets to be a very tough environment to be living on a small vessel. Large ships get small very, very quick.
Oh, right. And you guys don't even have gear. You don't have the CBM chem gear.
No, we mostly we're civilians. We don't have any type of weapons on board. We do not have any chemical, biological stuff on board. Not until we get picked up by the military to move cargo and actually going into a war zone, then we'll be getting it if it does come to that, if they even still have it. But during the Persian Gulf War, that was a big problem for us, running up into the Gulf. For a couple of months there, we didn't have anything. We had absolutely no gear at all, but yet we were still bringing the stuff up there because we had to get the mission done and get this stuff up to the military. But yeah, we did not have it for a while.
Right, merchant marines supply the military. They're civilians.
Yes, we do.
They're vulnerable.
Yep.
And I think we've been lackadaisical in taking care of them, because if they can't to our troops what they need, they're going to die.
Yeah, the Navy doesn't have logistically the capability to move equipment around. They just don't. So they rely heavily on the merchant marine to move all the stuff around, and as we've done for every war, especially in World War II. The Murmansk Run. We lost more lives in the merchant marine in the first year of World War II than any combined service. Any combined service, we lost the most lives. And that's because they were making crossings in the Atlantic Ocean and in the Pacific without any protection at all, while the
U-boats,
Wolfpack was out there. The U-boats were out there sinking these ships left and right. Here at the Institute, we have a whole wall that's dedicated to the vessels that were lost in World War II, and the sailors that went down with them. And but they were true patriots. They were getting the equipment there. They knew it needed to get there. And we actually had guys that were sunk, and they were in lifeboats for days. And they came back once they got rescued and came back. They went right back to the Union Hall and climbed aboard another ship and went back to the same route.
Yeah, because they're hero mode, right? They're in hero mode.
Yeah, it's the American spirit. It's what we used to really contend with, and there's still a lot of good Americans that would do that. We're kind of seeing that now with a lot of the guys going through the Red Sea. They know they need to get the product to where it has to go. They know it's their job, and they're doing it. They're moving it.
And the sad part is more than likely the weapons being used on them were, either could have come out of Afghanistan, but more than likely money that the U.S. has sent out to, countries that they think it or claim as aid is actually being used to fund these terrorist groups.
Oh yeah, that's been going on for a long time. I mean, the UN too. Same with the UN.
UN's dirty. They need to go.
That goes to them, and I think that's a pretty easy trail to follow if you really want to follow it. But I mean, we're still giving Iran how many billions of dollars do we give them? We know where that's going.
60 million went on the plane that Obama turned over to them, I believe.
So that'll buy a lot of stuff, but that's what we're dealing with, and right now we're seeing the result. We're getting beat up pretty much. Once we get into the Red Sea, we gotta be on our toes all the way around up into the Arabian Sea, the Persian Gulf and that area. So it's not safe for any of these guys, and the Iranians have been spoofing the GPSs so the mariners have a bad signal.
Explain spoofing, Captain Jim.
It's when they send out a signal that will interpret the GPS that we have and change it on board the ship, so they think they're in one location when they're actually in another. So the ships can probably wander into the territorial waters of Iran, and that's when they're going to come grab them.
They're going to say you were in RCs, therefore.
Yep, exactly.
And that's exactly probably what may have happened to the Navy when they took the Navy sailors hostage.
Yep, that could have happened. Yep. Absolutely. There's a lot of reasons that could have happened, but that's basically one of them. And they've been doing that for a long time. They've already grabbed a couple of ships like that. So they're well known for it. Everybody knows it. But we train for that here. That's one of the things we do. We have two of the largest simulators in the world that you actually will think you're on the bridge of a vessel. And when you're maneuvering the ship, it's just like real life. So it's very realistic. It's very, very similar to what the airlines do with their pilots, the way we run them through simulations. So one of the simulations we have is we take them up into Hormuz, and we recreate a couple events that happened there. Dealing with the Iranians, we actually can fly drones and stuff inside the simulator. And I've actually had guys coming out of there being totally soaking wet from sweat because they were just so ramped up.
Yeah.
And we had a couple of them fall into it and believe what the GPS was telling them. They got out of the shipping lanes and they got into territorial waters. And they insisted they didn't until we were able to show them the track. And then they were amazed. But so what we do is we go back to teaching them the old school way of doing things, not relying on the electronics as much, going back to the old terrestrial type navigation, lighthouses and all that kind of stuff, soundings, all that kind of good stuff, the way we used to navigate when I first started. So, everybody with the younger generation, they're all electronically wired, and they all want to use their cell phones and all that kind of stuff to navigate a ship, and because they can get all the apps and all that stuff that they think's as good as anything, but in reality, you can all be compromised, where old school generally can't.
Absolutely unbelievable. And I don't know what you can divulge between your security clearance, but can you tell us if there's been negotiations with that ship? I think we're on day 60, right, with the Galaxy Leader since it's been missing. And, how much supplies do they have left?
And that's a good question. I'm not sure what they got left. I'm probably betting that fuel-wise, she's probably getting close to empty. And same with food.
Is that called iron cold or cold iron or something?
Yeah, she's what we call going into cold iron. It's where everything, once they don't have any fuel to run generators and stuff, then they're going to be out of everything. They'll have no plumbing. They'll have no hotel amenities. So no air conditioning or heat. The ship will be docked. Right? Yeah, it'll be in the dock. They'll have nothing at all. They can't cook. They can't do anything. The emergency generator won't have any fuel. So she'll be a dock ship. She'll be just dead in the water with no power. And
have you been in a situation before?
Excuse me?
Sorry, I was cutting out. Have you been in the situation before where, what can we look forward to as far as negotiations? Is there any expectation? I mean, we're obviously we're not going to be stopping a war in Israel, so.
Yeah. Well, I mean, when we were dealing with Somali pirates, we knew what they wanted. They wanted money. So that was just a regular negotiation you would deal with. You'd bring in a professional negotiator to deal with them. And that was just going back and forth bartering as to what price was going to be agreeable to both sides before they would pay the ransom. And it was all about ransom. And, of course, we as Americans said we don't pay ransom. But so it was difficult. That was one of the contentions with the Maersk Alabama is, do we pay a ransom or do we just go in and do what we did? But, when you're dealing with terrorists and the terrorists aren't looking for money, then, and what they want is the war to stop in Israel. So, I don't know how to deal with a terrorist. Like I've been told by many people, there's only one way to deal with a terrorist, and that's to take him out, and make sure he's not a bad guy anymore. So, hopefully they are dealing. They're probably dealing with the Yemenis government at some point, trying to work through that angle, maybe through the UN. I don't know, but obviously there's probably some negotiations going on from the various countries that have their crew members on board.
But now with Biden, what was Trump's Navy like?
What was Trump's? What?
Do you think this would have happened when we had Trump's Navy?
I don't think this would have happened at all if Trump was in power. I mean, we were able to, take ships around the world and pretty much peace. We weren't having any problems. Even up in Afghanistan, they weren't even. Trump had laid it out on the line and said, "You touch an American life, and I know where you live." So and that's changed. So it's right now. It could be we could be saying maybe these guys get released, maybe they don't. It's unpredictable with terrorists when you're dealing with these people. They're just totally unpredictable as what's going to happen. But
imagine being on that ship in the dark, no food, no engine. You cannot speak to anybody. Your government isn't helping you. You can't go to the bathroom. Your government's not helping you, and people are worried about, if they can get the iPhone, whatever, 37i. And I think we really have to start paying attention to these things. That's why I was so happy that you took a break from the important work that you're doing at MyTags to speak to us and tell us what's going on. And, how many ships do we have? 90 American ships?
Yeah, we got anywhere between 80 and 88 ships that are flying an American flag, deep sea ocean-going vessels. So we don't have a very large fleet. When we look at the Japanese NYK, they've got over 600 ships under NYK flag.
But don't you have
got
some over at MyTags too, like some broken ships over at MyTags?
No, we don't have any ships here at MyTags.
Where's we talked earlier and we said that there was a few like broken ships. They're not fixed. They're not operable. They just sit.
Well, that's happening all over the world right now. There's a bunch of ships like that, but we don't have any here. We have an old reserve fleet that's sitting in a couple of the rivers, and these ships, some of them are from the 50s and 60s, and we're slowly bringing them to the scrapyard and cutting them up and getting rid of them.
Can Maersk or American presidents or any of these large ships that
I couldn't understand. Yeah, I couldn't understand a single thing you said.
Oh, I said, can't we get some SEAL team guys on the ships and maybe 10 mean Malamars, not mean Colleen's, but mean Mal. Well, we could put mean Colleen there. She might bite a few people or fire them. All you hooties are fired.
Like, actually, what we're doing with the ships that are going through that area, we put on contracted teams that are civilians now, but a lot of them came from the military industry, the United States Marine Corps. We got a bunch of guys out of the teams, the Navy SEALs, that now work for contractors. Trident's one of them, where they put on contractors that with team guys that are protecting the vessels going through.
So if a helicopter lands on the front of the ship, they might run into something that they didn't expect. The criminals. Yeah,
they could probably deal with a helicopter, but they can't deal with ballistic missiles. They don't have the type of capability on board. And even a drone would be very difficult for them, especially at nighttime. So, those type of capabilities, we just don't have them out there right now. These guys are basically out there with, M4s and things like that, just for the piracy type stuff. People trying to get aboard on a boat, they can handle that, usually no problem. But, when we start talking helicopters and missiles, now we're starting to really ramp it up. You need a little bit more firepower and probably a couple more guys. Usually these teams run about 3 to 4 guys on board. I was doing that for a couple of years. We were putting 7 guys on board. And they'd go out there with about $10,000 worth of gear, and they'd have Barrett 50 calibers with them when we sent our teams out. But like everything else,
hello to my little friend.
Yeah, it becomes competitive, and you've got people that get into the business, and if you can do it for this, they can do it for that, and the price just kept going down and down and down and down. And what we saw was a lot of the companies started getting rid of the American team guys and bringing on foreigners, Greeks and Ukrainians or whatever they could get, and start putting them on as shooters. So, because they're a lot less money. So that started happening. But again, when you start paying people like that,
you pay all your gap.
You're getting a lot less quality.
I don't want a guy who doesn't speak English protecting me. I won't be able to know what he's saying.
Exactly.
Well, they might speak English, but they might also not be as qualified, shooting or as accurate shooting a gun, or maybe the gun doesn't have bullets. I don't know. It depends on how much they paid. Was it included in the price?
Some of these foreign companies put Gurkhas on too. So and the older Gurkhas were actually pretty good, but now it's like anything else. You don't know who you're working with, so it gets to be a little bit difficult that way.
Yeah, because in reality, similar to being in the military, you know that your fellow Army, Marine, Navy has your back. You don't know that if you're part of a team that you don't necessarily know the other people, that the hodgepodge that they put together. You know what I mean? You
Right.
like to
If
know
you
that your
get
team is
you get mixed nationalities in there, you can also have a lot of other type of problems too. So
right.
it's
You don't want a Croatian and a Bosnian or a
Serbian and a Bosnian.
Right.
Right.
But I had a because we're running, towards the end of our show, but I wanted to ask one question that I did ask you this before, but we did ask what the highest wave you've ever seen being out on the seas, which literally I wanted to I would have literally probably curled up down. I would have just screamed and probably died of fright. But anyways, if you could tell us how big this wave was, because I was floored.
Oh yeah,
and how did you survive it?
Yeah. The weather out there can get really harsh. You can get 60, 70-foot seas sometimes, and when you get if you get really caught up into a typhoon or a hurricane, and we had broken down, and we got stuck in a hurricane, and it got pretty bad, and we were close to the eye, and we had no engine, so we were actually running from the storm, and we had gotten away from it, but then we broke down, and the storm came right over the top of us, and I was moving ammunition at the time, hand grenades and bombs and the whole 9 yards. But, the seas were 60, 70 foot. We had recorded about 120 knots of wind. It was pretty bad. It was pretty
Did you see
scary.
the blue sky, though, in the eye?
I don't even remember. I don't think I was looking up too much. I think I was praying too much.
That's just insane.
Let's just say it was so bad that it was the only time I ever thought about picking up the satellite phone and calling my wife and saying goodbye.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, because I didn't know if we were going to make it out of there or not.
Oh, please tell us. Okay, we're going to change gears here real quick. Mark Charbonnet was murdered by this. I'm not even going to say his name, but on Route 3 in Kingston when I was really new on the job. And
as he was a state police trooper, so people understand.
He was a state police trooper. And Captain Jim, you got 3 minutes to tell what you were overseas, and you said the sat phone. That's what reminded me of it. And you had a feeling. Can you go from there?
Yeah, well, Mark had lived across the street from me. We became pretty good friends. He was quite a bit younger than I am, so he knew what I did, and I had known him for a while. And I told him, I said, hey, why don't you make a trip up the coast with me one of these days? And he said, yeah, I'd be glad to. So I was on a trip. I went to Japan, and I loaded in Japan and was on my way back. And I woke up one night, and about 2 o'clock in the morning, I said, something's wrong at home. I don't know what it is, but I got a really bad feeling something's happened. And I went on and called my wife on the sat phone. And she picked up the phone, and I said, Ann, is everything all right? I've got a really bad feeling something's happened. And she goes, oh, my God. She goes, how did you know? She said, Mark was killed last night. And,
I got goosebumps because you and he used to sit on the couch and used to talk shit about the neighbor.
Oh, yeah, all the time. Yeah.
But then,
the neighbor's he's a story. We could write a book about the guy. But,
all right, 2 minutes. We have... So you're in Japan, and one of your trainees, this was after Mark dies, one of your trainees, you go because she's adopted and she's going to find her parents?
Yeah, correct. It was a Korean cadet that I had on board, and she was adopted. And we were going to Korea. We were carrying military stuff that was actually going up to the border of Vietnam. And she was going to meet some people because she was looking for her father. She had never met her father because she was literally left at a stop somewhere. And she was born into an adoption agency and adopted by American parents. And so she told me what was going on. So I got all her information, and I talked to a couple of the Navy guys I was working with. Says, hey, can you
you talked to a couple of spooks, you mean?
Yeah, can you help me out and see if you can find anything out for this girl? She's looking for a father. Well, we took about a 3-month trip, came back in a Korea, and I was sitting down with the agent. And the agent, we took care of all our business, and then he looked at me and he said, "You don't happen to have a cadet by the name of so and so on board?" And I said, "Yeah, I do." He goes, "Well, her father's here." And I said, "You're kidding me." And they found her father, and they had set it up the next day that she was going to go meet her father, and that's what happened. And during that period, she'd asked me if I would go with her, and of course I did. And it was probably one of the most emotional things I've ever seen, other than having my first child born, But it was really emotional to see a woman get reunited with her long-lost father.
Yeah.
And the story got interesting when we got back to the Navy, and they had a big celebration there for us because the mission was over, and had a cookout, and the captain brought his wife down and introduced me to his wife. And we were sitting and stuff, and I actually had a hat on that said 953, which was Shabo's cruiser number.
Mm-hmm.
And she asked me, she said, what does that number represent? And I said, well, this was a dear friend of mine that was murdered. He was shot and killed on the highway, Mass State Trooper. And she goes, oh. She goes, my cousin was a state trooper who died on duty too. And I said, oh, yeah, who was that? And she said, and I said, it wasn't Jimmy Metalliano, because he was the only trooper I knew who died.
Yeah.
And she goes, oh, yes, it was. So that was another amazing story, because I had known Jimmy.
He's the one who was in the helicopter crash.
Right, exactly. So I knew Jimmy. I knew Jimmy really well. I knew Jerry. I know Jerry, his brother, real well. And I just sent him Jerry a message a couple of weeks ago. So, but
I had the detail at Jimmy's house.
And it's amazing what a small world it is. But we actually have to wind up because it is after 10 o'clock.
All right. God bless Mark Shabo and Metalliano. And thank you, Captain Jim. I hope you'll come back and let us know how this resolved.
Sure. Absolutely. It was a real pleasure.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. It was great to have you, and so interesting. And we'll be in touch. Have a great week, everybody.
Thank you.
Be safe out there. Be safe.
You are listening to KLRN Radio, where liberty and reason still reign.
My son was in the Army back during Desert Storm, but even then he wanted an MBA. He looked at a dozen schools, but only one offered the online education and flexibility he needed while he was in a tent in Iraq. Grantham University. Turns out that Grantham's been delivering affordable, relevant college and advanced degrees for over 65 years. Heck, if they can deliver a quality education to a soldier in a tent overseas, think about the flexibility Grantham can offer you so you can earn your degree too. It doesn't matter how complicated or full your life is, if getting a degree is on your bucket list, you'll want to do what my son did. You'll want to call Grantham. Find out how easy it is to get started on your education so you can check that college degree off your bucket list. Call Grantham right now, 800-910-1370. That's 800-910-1370. Flexible, affordable, relevant. Call 800-910-1370.
Attention business owners and independent contractors. This is a money-saving message from Tax Mediation Services. If your business owes $20,000 or more in taxes, we can help you today, right now. Listen, dealing with the IRS is no picnic. It's an intimidating and extremely stressful process, and you don't want to go it alone. Our attorneys know every law, every tax break, and every possible opportunity to help you resolve and reduce your tax debt. And if you owe more than $20,000, you may be at the top of their hit list. So don't take your tax debt lightly, because it will not go away on its own. The IRS can seize your bank accounts, your home, and even shut down your business. Call our tax experts today at 1-800-783-0810 and let us deal with the IRS while you focus on your business. That's 1-800-783-0810. Again, that's 800-783-0810.
Hi, I'm Mike, founder of DollarShaveClub.com. What is DollarShaveClub.com? Well, for $1 a month, we send high-quality razors right to your door. Yeah, $1. Are the blades any good? No. Our blades are f***ing great. Each razor has stainless steel blades, an aloe vera lubricating strip, and a pivot head. It's so gentle a toddler could use it. And do you like spending $20 a month on brand name razors? 19 go to Roger Federer. I'm good at tennis.
And do you think your razor needs a vibrating handle, a flashlight, a back scratcher, and 10 blades? Your handsome-ass grandfather had 1 blade and polio. Looking good, Pop-Up! Stop paying for shave tech you don't need. And stop forgetting to buy your blades every month. Alejandro and I are going to ship them right to you. We're not just selling razors, we're also making new jobs. Alejandro, what were you doing last month?
Not working.
What are you doing now?
Working.
I'm no Vanderbilt, but this train makes hay. So stop forgetting to buy your blades every month and start deciding where you're going to stack all those dollar bills I'm saving you. We are DollarShaveClub.com, and the party is on.
I know karate, I know jiu-jitsu, I drive like a gangster when I'm coming to see you, see you.
Celebrity designer Jeff Lewis is back with Hollywood House Lift.
I'm excited to be working with new clients.
I'm not getting rid of that.
I hope I never see you both again.
An all-new season.
Those have to go. That has to go.
From oh, wow,
It's been an actual nightmare.
to oh, wow.
This is such an upgrade.
With celebrities like Josh Duhamel, Christina Ricci, and Gina Rodriguez. Dazzle me, Jeff.
It looks like Chuck E. Cheese.
Stream an all-new season of Hollywood House Lift with Jeff Lewis. Now streaming on Freevee.
The following program contains coarse language and adult themes. Listener discretion is advised.
The way I always do. How was I to know she was with the Russians too? I was gambling in Havana. I took a little risk. Send lawyers, guns, and money. Dad, get me out of this.
Uh-oh. Guess what day it is? Guess what day it is? Huh? Anybody?
It is Wednesday, my dudes.
Otherwise known as ChatLives Matter Night, right here live on KLRNradio.com. I am one half of the crew, Mr. Rick Robinson. He's the other half, Mr. Ordy Packard, and we are your closing act for the evening. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. ChatLives Matter Night is 1 hour away from being done. Are you as sad as I am about that? Probably not, because some of you have been putting up with this for like 4 hours.
has none.
Me either, because I work from home now, and I am staunchly team no pants.
I have to wear pants at work, so they go away as soon as I get out of the shower after work. So,
do you have like the Velcro breakaway suit where, like, as soon as you come in the house,
I absolutely should.
Because I would if I had your job, just because I'm sure that stuff gets cut.
No, actually, you know what? It really doesn't. It really doesn't.
Good, because there's been times I've worried about you.
No.
Yeah. Anyway,
you can worry about me for a lot of other things, but not that.
Well, yeah, I mean, those things are never changing. I will always worry about you regarding those. So, poor life choices are still a thing.
I have to apologize. I forgot last night was the New Hampshire primaries, and by the time we're talking about work, by the time I got off work, got home 8, it was like I had 15 minutes to get ready for Manorama, and then when I came in to catch Brad Nagy, I saw there was the panel going. I said I really should have just backed out of Manorama for that. But
no,
you guys wrapped up about the same time we were just getting going.
I was gonna say, brother, we didn't actually expect you because it was a Tuesday anyway, and I know that you do the thing over there when they ask you. So I mean, it's the same thing.
My first home was KLRN.
I understand that, but I'm gonna tell you the same thing I tell my kids: if you've made a commitment somewhere else, don't back out just because you figure out there's something going on over here. We can muddle through without you, Amish.
The food's better over here.
Well, that's not my fault.
There's pie. Keep your fork. There's pie.
There really doesn't. Damn it! Now I want pie. I hate you. I don't have pie. I don't have pie.
I could absolutely destroy coconut cream pie right now.
I don't. Damn it! I don't have pie, and it's too cold and dark and late to go get pie, and now I hate you. I do have to go. I do have to go run errands tomorrow, so there may be a coconut cream pie in my future now.
There's pie in your future. You know, Marie Callender's makes a really good frozen coconut cream pie. You just cut out what you want for like that night, and then let it thaw, and
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah, no, honestly, there were times that I would like get like a whole, because you can get the whole thing for like a few bucks more than you can get like the one slice thing. And I'm just like, gonna get the whole frozen thing, cut it up, put it in containers, and put it back in the fridge or the freezer, and just pull it out when I want it, because it's cheaper that way. Yes, trying to save you money while Joe Biden is trying to steal your money. So you're welcome. Oh, so many things today. So many things today. Dude, I just Did you hear Ted Cruz just kind of go off today?
No, I missed that. Tell me about it. Lay it on me.
Well, it's kind of long, but I actually have the audio. We can listen to a little bit of it if you want. I don't know if I'll play the whole thing because it's like 5 minutes.
Yeah, give me a.
But yeah, first couple minutes.
First hear from Cruz often. I mean, you do, but you don't. And it's kind of like when he comes out, it's kind of like Ben Sass when Sass gets sassy.
Well, yeah. So this is for Adam Shaw from Fox News actually put this out, and I actually have already earmarked it in Twitchy. It'll be going out at some point tomorrow. But yeah, first couple minutes kind of give you the whole flavor. So we'll just listen to a little bit of it here.
The Biden border crisis is an absolute humanitarian disaster, and Democrats don't care. Last year, 853 migrants died crossing illegally into this country. Alejandro Mayorkas didn't even know how many had died because he didn't care. When I brought 19 senators down to the border, we saw a man who had drowned floating in the Rio Grande. Democrats don't care. Last year, thousands upon thousands of children were brutalized and sexually assaulted by human traffickers, and Democrats don't care. Last year, thousands of women were sexually assaulted by human traffickers, and Democrats do not give a damn. Last year, more than 100,000 Americans died of drug overdoses from Chinese fentanyl flooding across the southern border, and Democrats do not give a damn. Now, you may say, oh, come on, that's harsh. They care. They care. Somewhere in their hearts, they care about all the people suffering and dying. Baloney. Because if they cared, they would stop it. If you cared about the children being raped at the border, you would say no more. When Joe Biden came in, we had the lowest rate of illegal immigration in 45 years. He inherited success, and he deliberately broke it. Democrats want these open borders. And this bill, this mysterious bill, that is buried down in the basement of Chuck Schumer's office. All of you have a living as reporters. Ask yourself, why have you not read the text of the bill? There's a reason. As bad as we think the bill is, I promise you it's worse. The people pushing this deal know if the American people knew what was in it, they would be against it.
So, yeah, you get kind of the flavor. He gets a little more fired up as it goes on, but it's got 3 more minutes. So the most interesting thing that I think he pointed out there is the fact that it's rather apparent that the Democrats just don't care anymore. Because Mr. Kirby basically said the same thing to Steve Doocy today. It's just, I mean, I don't know who's in charge anymore, because I'm really starting to firmly believe that we live in a world of illusion, and the choices that we have are being foisted upon us just to kind of placate us. It's kind of like, we watch the movies they put in front of us. We watch the shows they put in front of us. We vote for whichever flavor of the person they put in front of us, thinking it's going to make things better. And for the most part, it really doesn't. So I don't know who's actually in charge, but I know lots of people are getting pissed off. Because
your slow walk to my mind is actually kind of like, welcome to Ordy.
I've been here for a while. I just couldn't say it this well, because if it ever got back to where I worked, I would have been fired. Now that I don't work there anymore, it doesn't matter. But yeah, I mean, so the scariest thing is, and this is just, and then, it is a co-host show, so I'll shut up. But we are slowly walking into Civil War 2.0, and nobody's talking about it, because the Supreme Court basically just told the Biden administration you can legally do whatever you want at the border, which is bullshit, because if sanctuary states can ignore immigration laws, I don't know why Texas can't follow its own state constitution and defend itself. But that's neither here nor there, because now you have the governor of Virginia saying, Biden, fuck around, find out, we stand with Texas. You've got DeSantis, FAFO, we stand with Texas. There's literally starting to be lines drawn in the sand, and I don't know if Joe Biden is awake enough to notice or care. I don't know where we go from here, but there's about... we've been saying it for weeks. Our founding fathers would have been shooting by now. I'm starting to get that hair on the back of my neck feeling I used to get when I kicked in doors for a living. I'm just saying. I got bad juju.
No. The fact that we're not shooting yet, I don't see this being the one that lights it up either.
I don't know. This is the closest we've been in a while. I mean, to the point where you now have a cabal of states saying "fuck you, Joe Biden." I don't remember the last.
Well, that's true.
I don't remember the last time I've seen this. And to keep,
they've been rattling the convention of states saber for a while.
Yeah, they should have done it when we had 2/3 of the governorships. I'm just saying, because we did until Trump.
I mean, obviously that's a mixed bag because California and New York get to vote too. So, but if Texas escalates to a Fort Sumner moment, then we're there.
I don't think anybody realizes how close we actually are, because
I know a lot of people aren't paying attention to Eagle Pass.
Because Governor Abbott basically just told Biden, "Fuck you, I do what I want," and our Constitution says I can do this. I don't care what yours says.
Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me.
I mean, that's basically it. He put out like a 2-page letter today that just basically said, "Hey, our Constitution says we can do this, and our Constitution supersedes yours based on the 10th Amendment."
I mean, Article 4, Section 4 of the Constitution says the federal government has to do it, and since they are abdicating their responsibility to do it.
Yeah, well, that's why the what should have been the dissenting opinion that became the majority opinion was, this is something that is inherently part of the federal government's job. Which is true, which is kind of why so many people that have been inherently kicking around the word federalism and not really understanding what it means are like, well, this is part of federalism. The federal government gets to be the one to make this decision. Yes, they do. But when they don't follow that law and your Constitution says that you have the ability to declare an invasion, which, let's face it, that's what Texas is going through, whether anybody wants to admit it or not. That's what Cruz goes through to talk about later is, under Biden, we've had like 9.5 million people that have flooded across the border in almost 3.5 years. And now, the GOP compromise in the Senate is we'll take 6 and 4. He's like, no. And he's like, that's why they're not letting you read the bill. It's like, you guys are, and that's exactly what he said. You guys are reporters. Have you asked yourself why you're not allowed to see this bill?
Right.
And I've been asking that question for a long time. I'm like, if this is the plan, if this is the bill, and you have to understand, look, I get it. Schumer's in charge. But the thing that nobody seems to want to understand is McConnell is just as keen on blowing everything up because he can't fucking stand Trump either. You want to know part of the reason we had such an issue with the Senate? Granted, Trump is toxic. That was a key play in a lot of the reasons why we had the rollover we had in the Senate in the last 2 terms. And I will not dispute that fact. But another reason we had the rollover we had in the Senate was because McConnell refused to send funding to the people that actually needed it, because he was funding the people that would fall in line with him, not the ones that were trying to ride Trump's coattails. There is a power struggle going on within the GOP and the DNC at the same time, and nobody's talking about it. The DNC is trying to be taken over by the more extreme group that wants Israel off the map and basically wants open borders and just everything to collapse. And then the GOP, I don't exactly know what's going on with their power struggle, other than it's 2 really old dudes that don't like each other trying to play Rock'em Sock'em Robots, and it ain't working out so well. I don't know what's going on there, but yeah. I'm just, we used to joke about when the Democrats used to say, oh my God, the GOP wants to push Grandma off the cliff. Can we put McConnell and Trump on the cliff and push? I would go for that. Just saying. I would go for that. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm done ranting now.
Never be done ranting.
Figure I would be done ranting, though. I've already done 2 hours today.
Well, actually, there's rants we had.
Actually 3, counting the one that I did with Stacy. So this is my 4th hour today. Figure I'd be done with things to say, but apparently that's not today. Anyway, so what's going on in your world?
Well, what's going on with my world is we are in a very happy time in the United States. We are actually blessed with the fact that there are now 150 unemployed LA Times writers. And I know you were not supposed to be happy when people lose their jobs, but they are advocacy journalists, which is just basically propagandists. And I do not feel the slightest fuck when propagandists are forced back into their lives of baristas and clerical and janitorial staff.
Well, as a paid writer, I do feel a bit of a twinge, but at the same time, I too have been, possibly grinning a bit more, because in between Sports Illustrated and the LA Times, it's been a good week.
Yeah.
It's been a good week, because a lot of people that, and the thing about it is, we were told we're the minority, right? That this is how things are now, that everything has to be about the people of color and the certain niches and this, that, and the other, and if you're not on board with that, then you're just an old white racist who needs to go away and die. Well, apparently a lot of the country is old white racists that need to go away and die, because Sports Illustrated went down in flames pretty much shortly after they put a chick with the dick on the cover, and I haven't read much of the LA Times, but the little bit I have read is so de-soaked it wouldn't even start a fire for s'mores.
Well, okay. Remember when Playboy decided they weren't going to do naked chicks anymore and then promptly had to reverse that decision?
I hadn't looked at Playboy in so long, I was unaware that they reversed the decision. But yes, I remember them saying they were going to go back to 1960s style.
With internet porn, who reads Playboy anymore? I mean, even their articles are shit. They used to have great articles when they'd have Hunter S. Thompson or and three other people I just drew a fucking blank on as those words came out of my mouth. But they used to have great reporters, great contributors, great commentary, great editorialists, and great titties. Then they got rid of the titty thing. Then they had to bring it back because into the ground like a fucking dirt.
Well, speaking of titties, Twitter has a Necklace Wednesday thing going on right now, which is kind of cool.
I noticed that.
I don't know why we're doing it on a Wednesday, but keep it coming. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I noticed that. We're on Titty Wednesday Part 2. Yeah, so it was actually back in, when was it? Yeah, 2017, when Playboy announced that it was bringing back nudity because they fucked up. So.
Yeah, well, I'm kind of worried about porn in my neck of the woods because there's a state senator who's floating an idea to make porn a felony in my state. So I'm like, yeah, I might need bail money soon.
Fortunately, during COVID, I finished Pornhub.
Yeah. That's the other thing. I've been reading and actually, Amish
erotica?
Well, no, it's
Bigfoot erotica.
The whole Pornhub thing. There was a story I did the other day on the afternoon show, and I was like, I don't know if I want to.
I heard about
apparently
that.
There's lots of exploitation going on over there, and I'm like,
Well, I think they got busted. I think it was O'Keefe's group, or not O'Keefe. Who used to be Veritas?
I keep wanting to say O'Keefe, but I don't really know.
Yeah, well, you know who I'm talking about. I think that they got some.
You said exposed.
Right, I know. they got some mucky muck person over at Pornhub to admit on camera that they were aware that a lot of it wasn't that a portion of it wasn't consensual because if you can't see their face, then it's skeevy.
Ugh. Yeah. Well, I mean, it started dawning on me that, unless you start searching for very specific things, most of these people are younger than my children, and I can't really do that anymore.
Yeah.
Anyway, that was not a rabbit hole I meant to go down, so.
No, but you said hole. This green tea is fantastic. Yeah, so journalism on the ropes, and I'm here for it. And what I love is all the people who who was it that absolutely got Chris Cizilla getting absolutely schooled on reporters never said learn to code, and then there's like 100 links dropped on him of reporters who said learn to code, and then he was like, it was just Biden that said that, and then here's another 100 links of reporters who said it, and CNN, and all the main media outlets is like, oh, if you can learn to coal, you can learn to code and blah, blah, blah. So, yeah, fuck you guys. Seriously. You've made yourself nothing but propaganda, so...
Well, so Jeff brought up an interesting point in the chat. Apparently the LA Times also fired their LA Angels and Dodgers reporters today, but I'm not really that surprised by that either, because something that I've noticed, and this makes no sense to me, because, covering politics for a living, whether it's broadcast or written, I actually like politics. I have discovered most of the sports reporters can't fucking stand sports. Why would you get into a career that you don't even like? Why would you write about people that you apparently hate? I don't understand that. And why does everything have to be, well, he has a racist t-shirt on, why don't you rein him in? 'Cause it's not my job. But this is why they're going broke. They are focusing on all the things that they have been told should matter, and most of them don't matter to the general American public. I am still curious to see if the owner of UFC trying to rehabilitate the Bud Light brand is going to be good for Bud or bad for him, because I don't know how that's going to go yet. But yeah, he was one of the ones that a reporter was interviewing him sitting next to one of the fighters, and the dude had a shirt on that talked about, a woman in every kitchen and a gun in every hand. And then he's asking Dana, he's like, well, I know you give your fighters a long leash of, about things that they're allowed to say. And he's like, what the fuck you mean give them a leash? I don't put anybody on a leash. Free speech. They say what they want. I don't care. And the reporter's like, well, what about blah, 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 blah? He's like, again, free speech, I don't care. And everybody's like, and everybody's been talking about it all week, because it's made all the rounds on all the news channels, and everybody's like, did you not notice that the dude he was sitting next to had a shirt on that said a woman in every kitchen and a gun in every hand? I'm pretty sure you were speaking to the wrong crowd, my friend.
It just, yeah. Oh, sorry. I just saw. I just got a flash of the Biden at the UAW today.
I actually missed out on that one because I didn't miss out on it. I heard it, some of it, but I didn't actually hear his speech because I was too busy writing about his clutch slipping again in Virginia.
Yeah, that. Yeah, I saw that one too. But no, it was. Well, one, getting the acronym of the union wrong. And it's kind of funny, too, because it's like even the UAW guy said most of our members are voting with their wallet. They'll be voting for Trump, but you have the support of the UAW. Well, okay, so this is what pissed me off about being a Teamster back in the day, is that we didn't get to vote on who the union was going to be endorsing.
Yeah, no, I know.
But our union dues would go to that candidates who would be operating against our interests.
Kind of silly, ain't it?
Well, and this is part of reason number 73 of 24,000,005 of why unions are terrible and why I hate them. Viscerally, to the core of my being.
As well you should, my friend, as well you should. But yeah, the funny thing is, I kept waiting because I got done around 4 my time, which is right around the time the 5 starts. So I had dinner in the crock pot, so I was kind of just went and checked on that. Then I went and sat down for a minute, and that happened to be on. And I kept waiting because Jessica, the new resident liberal that they have on there, because, they rotate between her and a guy that I can't remember his name, and I think occasionally Juan Williams even still shows up from time to time, since they basically told Geraldo to fuck off and die. Who still hasn't retired, by the way. He now works for News Nation. But anyway, and she started talking about how Biden got the endorsement of the UAW, and I kept waiting for somebody on the other side to go, well, yeah, he got the endorsement from the mouthpiece, but even the mouthpiece said that most of the people in the union were still going to be voting for Trump. Nobody said it. I was waiting for somebody to say it. They didn't say it. I was like, why didn't you say it? You should have said it.
Right?
But anyway, what do I know? You know, I just journalism for fun, apparently.
Fun and profit.
Well, moving towards profit now, yes. Been doing it mostly for fun for like 15 and a half years. It's only been for profit, really, now for about the last 6 months. So, it's funny how that happens, though.
Break?
Yeah, we are about that point.
I need to finish my drink.
Yeah, I know. You gotta add some more brandy to your tea, nerd.
How did you know?
Because you already told me you were drinking green tea. Anytime you drink green tea, it's got brandy.
That, you know me so well.
I mean, we have been doing this together for quite a while now. Just saying.
Yes.
All right.
Yes,
So, on that note, ladies and gentlemen, we are at the halfway point of the closing act of the night. The Rick and Orty Show will be back with you within just a few minutes. Long enough for Orty to pop behind a Circle K and get some business taken care of. Because the sponsors just aren't cutting it yet. Be right back.
I ride through the city backsides. I see the stars come out of the sky. Yeah, the bright and hollow sky. You know it looks so good tonight.
You are listening to KLRN Radio, where liberty and reason still reign.
My son was in the Army back during Desert Storm, but even then he wanted an MBA. He looked at a dozen schools, but only one offered the online education and flexibility he needed while he was in a tent in Iraq. Grantham University. Turns out that Grantham's been delivering affordable, relevant college and advanced degrees for over 65 years. Heck, if they can deliver a quality education to a soldier in a tent overseas, think about the flexibility Grantham can offer you so you can earn your degree too. It doesn't matter how complicated or full your life is, if getting a degree is on your bucket list, you'll want to do what my son did. You'll want to call Grantham. Find out how easy it is to get started on your education so you can check that college degree off your bucket list. Call Grantham right now, 800-910-1370. That's 800-910-1370. Flexible, affordable, relevant. Call 800-910-1370.
Attention business owners and independent contractors. This is a money-saving message from Tax Mediation Services. If your business owes $20,000 or more in taxes, we can help you today, right now. Listen, dealing with the IRS is no picnic. It's an intimidating and extremely stressful process, and you don't want to go it alone. Our attorneys know every law, every tax break, and every possible opportunity to help you resolve and reduce your tax debt. And if you owe more than $20,000, you may be at the top of their hit list. So don't take your tax debt lightly, because it will not go away on its own. The IRS can seize your bank accounts, your home, and even shut down your business. Call our tax experts today at 1-800-783-0810 and let us deal with the IRS while you focus on your business. That's 1-800-783-0810. Again, that's 800-783-0810.
Hi, I'm Mike, founder of DollarShaveClub.com. What is DollarShaveClub.com? Well, for $1 a month, we send high-quality razors right to your door. Yeah, $1. Are the blades any good? No. Our blades are f***ing great. Each razor has stainless steel blades, an aloe vera lubricating strip, and a pivot head. It's so gentle a toddler could use it. And do you like spending $20 a month on brand name razors? 19 go to Roger Federer. I'm good at tennis. And do you think your razor needs a vibrating handle, a flashlight, a back scratcher, and 10 blades? Your handsome-ass grandfather had 1 blade and polio. Looking good, pop-up! Stop paying for shave tech you don't need. And stop forgetting to buy your blades every month. Alejandro and I are going to ship them right to you. We're not just selling razors, we're also making new jobs. Alejandro, what were you doing last month?
Not working.
What are you doing now?
Working.
I'm no Vanderbilt, but this train makes hay. So stop forgetting to buy your blades every month and start deciding where you're going to stack all those dollar bills I'm saving you.
We are DollarShaveClub.com, and the party is on.
I know karate, I know jiu-jitsu, I drive like a gangster when I'm coming to see you, see you, see you, see you.
Celebrity designer Jeff Lewis is back with Hollywood House Lift.
I'm excited to be working with new clients.
I'm not getting rid of that.
I hope I never see you both again.
An all-new season.
Those have to go. That has to go.
From oh, wow,
It's been an actual nightmare.
to oh, wow.
This is such an upgrade.
With celebrities like Josh Duhamel, Christina Ricci, and Gina Rodriguez. Dazzle me, Jeff.
It looks like Chuck E. Cheese.
Stream an all-new season of Hollywood House Lift with Jeff Lewis, now streaming on Freevee.
There's nothing more predictable in life than the unexpected. Lightning will always strike. Hail will fall on roofs. Fortunately, there's AAA. AAA has been helping members stay prepared for over 100 years. So when unusual storms, fallen debris, or sudden leaks happen, you'll be covered. Check, check, and check. Get the home and auto insurance you need by talking with a AAA insurance agent today. Visit AAA.com/insurance or stop by your local AAA store.
The following program contains coarse language and adult themes. Listener discretion is advised.
Prisons filled while the rich still rob. Assassination politics. Violence rules within our nation's midst. Well, ignorance is their power too. You only know what they want you to know. But television cannot lie. Controlling media, smoke screen ads. Nuclear politicians, picture show. The actors lousy.
And welcome back into the Rick and Morty show. And thanks to Amish, I think I just heard a song that espouses my entire philosophy of life currently. Anyway, we're here. We're live. And yes,
see, I'm here to broaden horizons.
And
First was with the lawyers, guns, and money.
Yeah.
And then,
Speaking of which, did you hear? Speaking of lawyers, guns, and money, did you hear that the president of Mexico is throwing shade our direction currently?
Oh well, I mean, who isn't?
Well, I mean,
but
it's because they have apparently and this is their words, not ours. They have apparently started cracking down on cartels south of the border, and they've noticed that they have U.S. military hardware, and they're asking our government where the hell they got it from. And our government's like, because they have like rocket launchers and shit, things that are next to impossible for you and I to get, even though our Second Amendment says that we should. And yes, I said what I said.
No, I actually remember there was a video of cartels shooting a man-pad at a Mexican army helicopter, and everyone was like, "So, is that one of ours that we sold to Ukraine?"
Probably.
Because it was very specific. I mean, it was a very specific type of surface-to-air, missile. So, yeah.
Yeah, so in case you haven't figured it out yet, the Biden administration is openly funding the terrorists that are trying to kill us. In case you missed the memo somewhere. Because, yeah. Yeah, and it's one of those things. I mean, I saw a former co-host and fellow friend of you and I ask a question today, and I didn't know how to answer the question. JD, in a thread that I happened to come across, started asking everybody who the fuck is actually running the country right now. And I'm like, I don't know the answer to that question. I wish I did. But I know it's not tapioca brain.
I am 100% convinced that our country is being run by committee right now.
Oh, I'm pretty sure it's been being run by committee for a while.
Yeah. Well, I mean, maybe specifically with this administration, because it's like, how absolutely fucking useless committees are. especially at coming to a cohesive decision. If you want an example, if you're not familiar with how committees work, watch the episode of The Simpsons with Poochie.
Oh.
So, because that was the character that was brought forth by committee to the artists. So, we need like 10% more Rastafarian.
No,
that is exactly how the country is being run right now, because they talk about what they want to talk about, not actually what is even relevant at the moment. Like, with everything else going on in the world, they're focused on still fucking DEI, and just pounding narratives that nobody fucking cares about anymore. It's like, that was 2022, guy. That was when you guys are just the record skip. You went back in time. Fucking CERN.
Oh shit. Georgia just threw in a tweet from Brian Kemp. We stand with Texas.
Yeah.
I'm telling you.
And Abbott. So yeah.
I'm telling you. I mean, I don't know. I don't know where we go from here, because that's a lot of southern states that are suddenly saying, you know what? We've been here before, and fuck Joe Biden. I don't know. I did not have Civil War 2.0 on my 2024 bingo card. I did not. Well, I would like to say that I did not, but I have been saying for a while. Does everybody remember how they swore up and down that Donald Trump was going to launch Civil War 2.0 in 2020, and there would not be a peaceful transition of government? Does anybody realize that they were talking about themselves when they said that?
Well, yeah, I mean, because that's just, everything they do is projection.
Because I just, the longer this goes on, and the more pissed off everybody gets, because it's not just Republicans anymore. There are Democrats now at this point that are just as pissed, because the Southern governors are like, fuck it, you guys want to be sanctuary cities, sanctuary states, fine, have at it. We're gonna, if they want to come to you, we're gonna send them to you. If they want to stay here, we'll let them stay here. And then they get like 0.1% of what Texas has been putting up with for the last 20 fucking years, and they're like whining to Joe Biden, you have to fix this, we need money. I mean, hell, Joe Biden got so pissed about listening to the mayor of New York City bitch that he started an investigation against him to shut him up. Notice he doesn't say much anymore.
Nope. That's because, compliance, or they'll release that you were at Epstein's Island too.
I mean, well, and that's the whole thing, right? It's everything that they have tried to. I mean, and look, I am not defending Trump the man. I am defending Trump the president, because everything they threw at that man and said that he was going to do, they have done since he's not been here. And that's why, even though everybody's pissed, and I understand, and I've told everybody this up front, I don't care if he makes it back into the Oval. I don't care. I am still going to try in my little bitty fiefdom that I have built to yell loudly enough to get answers to questions about why he let the things happen with COVID that he let happen, especially now that we know that Fauci behind closed doors has said, hey, all that shit that we said trust the science about, we just made that up. Right. Because here's the thing. If Trump didn't know, the day those stories broke, he would have been on Truth Social like having a fucking meltdown. Because he'd have been like, I told you motherfuckers they were lying. I tried to tell you. They kept shutting me up. They kept telling me that I couldn't say this and I couldn't say that. And I tried to fucking tell you. And everybody would still be like, well, why did you give him a medal your last day in office then, my dude?
Right.
But still, if he didn't know, he would have been screaming and yelling like I was when I heard those things. Because it's something I haven't been able to stop talking about in 2 weeks, because that's how pissed off I am. Because everything they used as an excuse to keep us under lock and key was bullshit. All of it.
Oh, yeah.
And we suspected it especially me and Stacy, because we did lots of research and we read lots of books because we were stuck at home doing a morning show, but we didn't ever really get any hard confirmation until everybody's like, oh yeah, Dr. Fauci behind closed doors just said that social distancing just kind of came out of thin air and they ran with it. But trust the science. I cannot say what I want to say because it would be construed as a death threat. So I'm going to shut up now.
What's irritating me, and especially after New Hampshire, and okay. So I think we can all assume that Trump's going to be the presumptive nominee, right? More or less.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay, it's fair. It's fair to assume that, right?
Turtles
okay,
already
so
said that, so yeah.
Being not of a particular party, my vote needs to be earned. So what I am noticing is that those who have begrudgingly come over to Trump after DeSantis and whoever else gave their support to Trump, I'm noticing even them are becoming irrationally angry at me asking simple questions, the answers of which will gain my support. Like, I may have missed it, when did he say that his first thing was going to release the political prisoners of the J6 political prisoners? And he has said it. I found out later. But so many people were angry that I asked the question and were whatabouting and deflecting from the question and saying, well, he can't say that because it would be tipping his hand. But he actually did say it. So all of their bullshit, cover for Trump. And these are people who are like all for DeSantis 18 seconds ago. So yeah. It's just like, wow, guys, you just holy fuck. You get off the Kool-Aid for like 5 minutes. Take a breath. Take a breath. You were so mad about Trump 5 minutes ago. Now he's just So
stop slurping the orange dreamsicle and come up for air. Yes, I said what I said.
Yeah. So.
I'm kind of in the same boat because now, and I'm kind of getting it from everywhere because I'm still like, hey, I'm voting for the dude, but I still have questions and I'm going to ask him. Like, well, you can't do that kind of stuff. You may talk somebody out of voting. You may convince somebody not to vote for him. I'm like, if the questions I have convince people not to vote for him, maybe he doesn't fucking deserve to be voted for. You ever thought of that? Jesus. Because look, I'm mad about all of it because there are things that he should have done. I mean, his last day in office, because he knew that he was never going to back down. So, and that's the whole thing is he didn't pardon the J6 prisoners because he wasn't sure he was going to run again, and he was deciding whether he was going to mess with it. That should have been the first thing he did right before he walked out the door. And it's like, hey, every single one of these motherfuckers, pardon. Double middle fingers, fuck y'all, I'm out. And then never even look back. That would have been the best thing he could have ever done. But instead, he spends the next 3 years, the election was stolen, the election was stolen, the election was stolen. Okay, maybe it was. But even if it was, and even if you can prove it, we don't have a mechanism to roll the clock back and you get your 4 years back. So what is the point other than trying to fix it? And you haven't taken any steps or taken any information that I know about that we have been able to find and prompted people to make changes to make sure these things can't happen again. And also, the thing that really pisses me off the most about finding out that everything that Fauci basically told us to keep us away from each other, to keep us 6 feet apart at all times, to mask up, all the things that caused all the issues for our kids and family members that had issues already, that were in strange territory and just didn't know how to cope, that was the excuse they used to have Trump sign all of the bullshit that cost him the election in the first place. So if he knew it was bullshit, why did he sign
it? Because he wanted them to like him.
But then, you are probably 1,000% right. I wish I could say that you weren't, but you are probably 1,000% right. But then, when did the bull in the china shop become a gelding? And yes, I know I'm mixing animals, but still.
Yeah.
Because I don't know what it's called when you chop the bull's balls off. But anyway.
Yeah, you know what? That's a good question. No, because, okay, I think that applies because my dad kept goats on his farm. So we would have the mass gelding of goats too. That was the most pathetic day ever.
I don't know. My mom used to have goats back in the day, and she had like a billy goat with the biggest balls I'd ever seen. That anytime I was on the property, he would come try to ram the fuck out of me. I guess I was exuding too much testosterone or something, because he didn't like me at all. I was like, "What the fuck, dude?" He's like, "You're like 2 foot tall, coming at me with your horns. I'm gonna beat your ass." And I did too. One point, because the first time was like, it's my mom's goat. I'm gonna behave. So he hits me in the hip the first time, and then I turn towards him, and he comes back and gets really, really close to a place that shall not be mentioned on the air. So I just sidestepped him, grabbed his horns, and just flung him across the yard. And my mom's like, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "Your goat's trying to make me sterile. Get him the fuck away from me." But yeah, so goats are mean, by the way, which is why, even though I keep telling my kids I'm going to put a fence up out here and get goats so I don't keep having to fuck with a tractor, I don't know if I want to do that because they're mean. But anyway.
You were the drunk on the tractor that took out the internet, weren't you?
No, I was not. Because I don't have a tractor. I only have a little yard mower, but I only have 2 acres. My neighbors have a tractor, but no, it wasn't them either.
Is it the DR?
No, it is not. I wish it was.
I was going to say.
But yeah, no. But yeah, so yeah, I don't know. It just, this whole thing makes me angry. And then to find out that now, and the thing that isn't really talked about, because the video was longer than I let you hear. It's like over 5.5 minutes. But the part of the audio that we didn't listen to is Ted Cruz pointing out that at this point there's now a fight between the Senate Republicans and the House Republicans, because the House Republicans are standing for border security, and the Senate Republicans are trying to let Chucky Schumer do whatever the fuck Chucky Schumer wants to do, and Cruz is like, "No, fuck this. This is bullshit. This is bullshit." And, nobody's talking about it because nobody can see the bill. Nobody knows what's in it. Biden's telling everybody, well, I'm trying to put together legislation to fix the border. The problem is, and I don't know if you listened to it today, but Ducey and Kirby had a hell of an exchange again today, which is happening.
I heard, I didn't see it.
Which is happening a lot lately. Ducey's like on fire. I don't know who's lit a fire under him, but he's like the dude that is taking it to press corps like every fucking day this week. And today was that day too, because he's like, "Okay, so now that you guys have won with the border stuff, what's your plan?" And Kirby's like, "Well, what do you mean?" He's like, "Well, why are you making it easier for illegal immigrants to come across the border?" He's like, "I don't think we are. Why do you think we are?" He's like, "Well, let's see. You just sued to remove the razor wire that was stopping them from coming across the illegal entry points." "Well, that's because Border Patrol needed access." And he's like, "So why does Border Patrol need access when there's ports of entry that are allowed?" He's like, "Even the Border Patrol Union says that the Supreme Court's ruling and you guys' decision with the administration to remove that physical barrier is going to make it easier for illegal immigrants to make it into the country. So do you know more than the Border Agent Union does?" Again, they needed access. And if they really want Border Patrol to do their job, we have a plan in place to try to fund 1,900 more border agents, and all we keep getting from House Republicans is no, 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 no. And it just dawned on me, I was like, because that's basically where the conversation died. And I'm like, dude, I finally understand it in a way that I've never understood it before. We have a complete communication breakdown because we are looking at Customs and Border Patrol as doing a job of securing our border. The Democrats are treating them like fucking Walmart door greeters.
Yeah.
And it was just like this epiphany, and I'm like, oh my God, I finally understand it. These people are literally thinking that Customs and Border Patrol are basically the Walmart door greeters of the United States. And it doesn't even matter.
In many ways, they are now.
And it doesn't even matter if they drive they drive the fucking car into Walmart. They're still supposed to say, "Hey, welcome to Walmart. How can I help you today?" That's pretty much where we are, and that's exactly how they treat them. And I'm like,
help you park your car.
Yeah, and the funny thing is people have started trying to tag him in that, and I'm like, if he sees it, he has my permission to use it.
Nice.
But yeah, I don't know. I am so fed up with all of it, and considering the fact that I decided a few short months ago that I was going to do this full time, I don't know if I'm going to live till November. I may stroke out between now and November. Not really. I actually I'm having fun again. As weird as that sounds, for as weird as our country is right now, I'm actually starting to have fun again, because I'm just like, you can either get really, really pissed off and have a stroke, or you can point, laugh, and pop popcorn and enjoy the show. And
I'm in the popcorn group.
I
always have been.
I'm more in the popcorn group. I'm starting to understand your love of chaos. I really am.
Because
it's all that's left.
Yeah, it's all that's left. There's no law and order. There's a two-tier justice system. There's just chew popcorn and watch it all just fucking burn.
Yeah, I was joking with Stacy. I was like, if I could find the faster version of that song again, I'm half tempted to change the intro to whatever. To the roof is on fire. We don't give a fuck. Let the motherfucker burn.
Yeah.
But every version I found of that is like super slow, and I'm sad.
The roof. No, because it is slow. I don't think there is a fast one.
Yeah.
But you could do burning down the house.
Yeah, for some reason I was thinking there was a faster version, but that same thing though. Like there's a Bloodhound Gang song that I really, really liked. The radio version was like super fast, and the CD version was slow as fuck. And I couldn't find the radio version anywhere for forever. So I don't know if I'm just mixing up those two songs and thinking there's a faster version. But yeah, I don't know. The slower one wasn't.
The slow version.
Slower one wasn't doing it for me. Well, I could be having a Mandela effect, sir. You never know. Don't judge me.
That's true.
Don't judge me.
Just like with the. I will go down there and do all the drugs.
Shit, I don't know. At this point, I kind of would. I'm just saying. All right, so we got technically we have about 6 minutes on the clock, because we did start a couple minutes late. So what are you watching? Because you usually beat me to that lately.
I try to watch Babylon 5 with ads, and I can't do it. I watched it with ads the first time.
You're such
a
diva.
The fuck is this? Spain in the 30s?
You're such a diva, but I get it.
I pay for not having commercials.
I was for a while. I've actually started going back down to the ad-supported versions, just because I have the free version of Paramount through Walmart Plus. So I'm still really on the fence with that one, because I'll lose Showtime. But it's free. But then the bill came out, and I'm like, wait, so I'm still only paying like $12.99 a month, and I get no commercials, and I get Showtime? I thought it was like $20 a month. I don't understand. So maybe I won't change that one. But yeah, on Peacock.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah.
On Peacock, their ad-free one went up to $15, and they have a lower tier that's like $5.99 a month, where you basically get all the same access, but you have to put up with ads occasionally. So I'm like, yeah, I'm not paying $15 for Peacock. I'll pay $5.99. And then Netflix. I keep telling my kids I'm going to go down to the ad-supported one, but then you only get 2 screens, and my kids will be like, I can't watch anything because you're watching Netflix. And I'm like, oh, fuck it. That one's coming out of y'all's card. You pay for that one. So I don't even technically pay for that one. My kids do, which is why I've kind of left that one alone. But yeah, I have been trying to figure out how I'm going to cut back. I think, honestly, the next thing to go might be my YouTube TV, because I've realized I don't really watch it for anything other than news crap, and I can find most of that elsewhere. I mean, I do admit it's useful to me to have kind of the channel block still, and I can go to the news things, and then I can just kind of flip through the channels and watch a little bit of one channel, wait for it to go to commercial, watch another one. Makes it easier for me to do show prep, makes it easier on some of the nights that we do, like poli-sci. But it's gone up to like $75 a month. It's started at like $62. It was almost worth it when it was only $62. Now you're charging me $75 though. So by the time I do the $75 for YouTube TV, I do the $20 for the Netflix, even though the kids are paying for that one. That's already $95. So then you do the whole fucking Peacock thing, and that's another $6. That's $101. So then you add in Paramount Plus. That's $113. And then you have the HBO Max, which is $20 a month for the ad-free plan. That's what is that now? Like $136? I think I'm starting to lose count. So I'm literally almost paying as much for my satellite TV to pay for all the streaming services that I want, my kids want, and YouTube TV. So,
but you know what the difference is, and this is how I justify it to myself. I'm sorry, go ahead. You're on a so.
No, I was going to say, but at the same time, though, before I was paying like $170 a month for Dish and still paying for all the extra crap. So I am technically still saving money. It's just not quite as much as I was hoping I was going to be saving, because now the streaming services are slowly going up and up and up and
well,
up.
Yeah, and they're going to. But my point being, and this is how I still can justify it to myself, I watch what I want when I want. I'm not beholden to when the networks are going to play or replay or whatever. I don't have to wait to see what's on BBC America or whatever. I want to watch Doctor Who. I can watch 3/4 of it and go, fuck, I'm bored. I'm going to flip over to DS9 now. Or Shadow and Bone or Babylon 5 with ads. And yeah, so.
Well, that's the other thing that pisses me off. BBC America, pick a lane, motherfucker. You got old school Doctor Who on BritBox. You've got newish school Doctor Who on HBO Max. You've got You've got the newer Doctor Who on Disney Plus. Pick a fucking lane, dude. Just pick a lane. I mean, granted, if you have access to Pluto, you can go over there anytime. Go to the Doctor Who channel, and they play all the Doctor Who BritBox on a loop. But I like being able to go. Well, I really only like to watch some of those, so I like to be able to pick the ones that I like.
I like Tom Baker, Peter Jackson.
Yeah, I mean,
and it's like on the newer. Eccleston was fine. I like Tennant and I like Smith. I like we were talking about with Capaldi before the show. Capaldi had good moments, so you can kind of skip through. You're not losing anything for it. And then, Dr. Karen just never watched, so I haven't watched since.
Well, I've actually watched her stuff through a couple of different times, and I will say that I think the wokeness kind of goes away with exposure, because I've noticed that with Discovery.
No, you just become numb to it.
Yeah, well, that's kind of what I meant. It's kind of like, you're building up a tolerance to it, because Discovery doesn't piss me off nearly as much as
That's how they get you.
But then again, the difference is with Star Trek. Star Trek always had the wokeness feel to it. Doctor Who kind of did to a point, but not as much as they just jumped the shark with it with Whittaker. Which, speaking of which, I didn't know this until I fell down a hole, like a rabbit hole the other day. I had no idea that the phrase "jump the shark" that has come to mean so many things was literally derived from the show Happy Days, where they had Fonzie literally jumping a shark, and they were like, "Yep, they've run out of ideas. They've officially jumped the shark," and it's just kind of became that thing ever since.
No, it's the metaphor for when a TV show has been on too long and they've run out of ideas and they just absolutely lose the plot.
Yep, and as much as I like Happy Days, that was pretty much what happened. But I mean,
if you're not familiar with it, that is Arthur Fonzarelli, the biker dude, water skiing, jumping a shark. Literally a jump over a shark pen. So that's a thing that happened.
And then
it's like the cousin that went up the stairs in season 1 and never came back.
Yeah, and then it became.
Was his name Chuck?
Yeah, I think so, if I remember right. But yeah, it became its own little lexicon and has become the thing ever since for when things just get really, really weird. Oh my God, they really jumped the shark now. But yeah, no. And the funny thing is, with as weird as Happy Days was towards the end, it had a lot of successful spinoffs.
Sure. You had Laverne and Shirley.
Yeah. Mork and Mindy was actually...
Yeah, Mork and Mindy. Yeah, that was you are correct. That is also a spinoff. You had... Oh, shit. What was the...
There's at least one or two more, and I can't think of them right now.
Arthur's... What was the name of the malt shop?
Al's Diner.
Yeah, but not from, like... Alice, but from it was a different. That was a spinoff of that too, but it didn't last very long.
Yeah, no. The name of the dude that owned the diner was Al, and his name it actually was Al's Diner. That actually was a holdover from Alice, but
didn't that get bought by an Asian dude in like season 3, and then that's the one that they spun off with?
Actually, wasn't it Mr. Miyagi that was that dude? I think it was.
Pat Morita.
But yeah, I kind of completely forgot about that. So yeah.
Oh, then you also had Joni Loves Chachi.
Yeah, which didn't last long.
I forgot about that one until just now.
That was the other one I couldn't remember because
Thank you, Jeff.
They tried to spin that one off. But yeah, I mean, it's just I don't know, and that kind of stuff doesn't really happen anymore.
Well, think of Soap. How many spinoffs did Soap have? I mean, you had Benson. You had Benson. Fucking. The Jeffersons, you had All in the Family, you had... No, wait, All in the Family was... Oh, no.
No, Jeffersons...
But yeah, you had the Jeffersons.
Well, actually, Jeffersons and All in the Family were the...
Jeffersons no, you're right. Jeffersons was a spin-off of All in the Family.
So, yeah, I don't think it was tied to the Soaps universe.
Okay, you know what? Now I got it, because I know it was Benson, but now I got to... Hang on. My Google Fu.
One of the nights we were totally burned down on politics, like a couple of years ago, we went down this rabbit hole, but I don't remember that much about it now anymore. Because we had the same argument then too, and I'm like, no, I don't think that's right. And one of us looked it up. I think it was me, but I'll let you do it now.
Mary Hartman, Benson, Life and Times of Eddie Roberts, All the Glitters. Yeah.
But yeah,
I can't believe that show did. Yeah.
But yeah, have you noticed that really doesn't happen anymore? Now they just like bring back like other shows and start them over instead of like letting things spin off into fresh content. And that just seems weird to me because I mean, even with the Dick Van Dyke Show, even though it was kind of different characters, there was still a spinoff that was born from that, the Mary Tyler Moore Show, because she went off and did her own.
Then also have Rhoda.
Yeah.
Spin off from that. Okay.
So yeah, I mean, it used to be really common where popular shows would like spin off into other things and see if they could keep them going. And the only thing that really seems to keep that going anymore, at least with any form of success, is BBC with Doctor Who. They've tried to do it a few times, and it actually worked for a little bit. Apparently, they're going to be trying again. There's some other spin-off ideas in the works, and then Star Trek has done it several times, and quite successfully, which is why we have Strange New Worlds now, because as much as Discovery sucked, it still gave us at least semi-decent Star Trek. I still wish seasons were longer, though.
This 10 episode season sucks.
Yeah, I've been running into that with the new show. Well, it's a newish show on NBC, which I've been watching on Peacock, La Brea. And I talked about this last week, but to me, it's kind of like the 2020s version of Lost, because it just has all the timey-wimey shit kind of mixed in with it, and all the weird, like, how did we get here? What the fuck is going on? And there's just twists and turns that even I don't usually see coming, which is rare for me with TV shows. And I kind of like it when that happens, because I'm one of those people that when I see a mystery, I have to solve it. And it used to piss my ex-wife off, because we'd be 10 minutes into a movie, and I'd be like, that guy did it. She's like, shut up! You don't even know! And then by the end of the movie, I'm like, see? Told you. She's like, I hate watching movies like this with you. The reason I used to find people for a living. Anyway, so yeah. I haven't really been watching as much lately. I've been kind of falling asleep with Atlantis playing on the background, and then I just turn the TV off when I wake up, because that light is fucking bugging the crap out of me now. And then I'm kind of learning to enjoy sleeping in silence again, which I'm not really used to, so... But yeah, Atlantis has been kind of a fun revisit, because there have been a couple things. Like, I completely forgot that John Shepard had no fucking clue what was going on in the first episode.
Right.
I was like, wait a minute.
When he's just like, O'Neill's like, yeah, I just read him in on everything.
Yeah, I was just like, what? No, actually, he was the one that said, yeah, General O'Neill just read me in. He's like, okay, so you know about the Stargate? And he's like, the Star what?
Right.
And then they're like, so you have clearance to be here? And he's like, yeah, sure I do. And they're like, okay, so you know about this, this, and this? And he's just like, the what now? I was like, how did I completely forget that he had no fucking clue? And then all of a sudden they're like, yeah, you're coming with us. I'm like, that's just weird to me. But I don't know. I don't know. I was still kind of pissed that, and even though they tried to send her over and do her own thing on fucking the show that I can't ever remember the name of, I miss Colonel Samantha Carter. It was kind of cool to finally watch her be in charge.
Yeah, that was good.
But anyway, it's because she's hot. But you know.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And then they brought Kaylee in too, which was good.
Yeah. And then now we have a Miss USA who's basically the real life version of Samantha Carter, which is fucking awesome.
I'm gonna have to look that up.
Yeah, she is U.S. Air Force Academy graduate with an FAA pilot's license, with a pilot training slot, and a physics degree.
She's 40.
And a physics degree.
Mandy Kane. Of course, that's her name. It'd be better if it was Candy, but whatever.
But yeah, I was like, dude, and then I started reading, like, she's got a fucking physics degree. She's like trying to cure cancer. I'm like, Jesus Christ, she's like the real life Samantha Carter. It's
nice.
Kind of scary. All right. We are long, my friend, and I know you have to work.
Yes, and not only that, I've got to actually go in an hour early tomorrow too. So, yeah.
Fine.
Wait.
Go away.
And yes, okay. So yes, Chachi loves Joni. That's true. Oh no, the best Wings was the best. Wings or Frasier? Which was the best Cheers spinoff?
Was Wings was Wings a Cheers spinoff?
Yeah, it was.
I was not aware. I'm not
That's
disagreeing.
a tough one. Wings was fucking awesome too.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing. I just was not aware that it was a spinoff. I loved Wings, dude. That was actually the first time I remember seeing Tony Shalhoub in anything, and I loved him when he did the little alien dude Men in Black, and then he went and did Monk, and I was like, oh my god, I love this guy.
Then he did Galaxy Quest.
Oh yeah, I almost forgot about that one. Oh.
Okay, so I'm looking for the tie-in. I'm trying to remember. Okay, it's in the same universe because it's had characters from Cheers. Cliff and Norm have been on the show.
Oh, so that's what they did. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I could see that. That's kind of why there's a fan theory that Cheers is a fucking holodeck program in the Next Generation time frame.
Yeah, exactly.
But anyway, all right, we got to go, and I have gone almost 4 hours, actually over 4 hours with very few breaks, and I'm about to float away.
Sorry.
So. Well,
you chose this life.
I did. Stop bitching. Where can folks find you, sir?
Let's see. You can find me tomorrow night on The Culture Shift with entertainment writer Brad Slager, and then next week, probably Manorama here, and we got Juxtaposition next week. So, fantastic. How about you? Where can people not find you?
Nowhere, because I'm pretty much everywhere. All right, you can find me tomorrow and Friday.
Wiggly's at Dayton.
You can find me tomorrow and Friday on KLM Radio Afternoons doing the Rick Robinson Show. You can find me tomorrow night doing the Jen and Rick Show at 10 p.m. Eastern. You can find me filling in for the incomparable Mickey Blowtorch doing He Said, She Said on Friday night at Aggie Time, otherwise known as 8:30 p.m. Eastern. And you can find me with the new home for America Off the Rails on the off weeks of Juxtaposition, 11 p.m. Eastern. America Off the Rails has now become a weekend show. I thought about doing it on Sunday, but I don't like doing stuff on Sunday. But I was like, but there's a full lineup in front of me if I do that, but I don't want to. So yeah, I'm still fighting with myself. So for this week, it's definitely going to be Jux's off week. And then that way I can only kind of do it every 2 weeks because Lord knows I'm doing enough. But anyway, when I'm not doing all that, you can find me as the executive producer of the Loftus Party podcast, which just dropped this morning. He had a great guest, so if you would like, when we're done, feel free to go check that out. Regular contributor on the Loftus Party, and I also contribute to Twitchy.com, and tomorrow, sometime, I will have an article drop on Misfits for the first time in a while, where we are telling the story of a mutual who lost her son during COVID and Operation Warp Speed, and why she absolutely refuses to vote for Donald Trump now. Because like I said, whether he's the guy, whether he makes it into the office, I has questions, and I will get answers, or be told to go away. Whichever one happens first. Bye, everybody. You can also find me on social media at RowdyRick73 on pretty much everything. No hailing of Hydra. No.
Lawyers, guns, and money. Dad, get me out of this. Ha!
You are listening to KLRN Radio, where liberty and reason still reign.
Hi, I'm Jay Farner, CEO of Quicken Loans, America's largest mortgage lender. Spring will be here soon, so if buying a new home is on your to-do list, right now is the time to call Quicken Loans. Learn about which mortgage options make sense for you and get a jump on your competition. With our exclusive Rate Shield approval, the low rate you lock today is protected for up to 90 days while you shop for your new home. With a Rate Shield approval, if rates go up, your low rate stays locked. But if rates go down, you get that new, even lower rate. Either way, you win. Talk to us today at 800-QUICKEN or go to rocketmortgage.com to take advantage. Here's another great reason to work with us. For a record 9 years in a row, J.D. Power has ranked Quicken Loans highest in the nation in customer satisfaction for primary mortgage origination. Again, to lock in today's low mortgage interest rate and get the security of our exclusive Rate Shield approval, call us today at 800-QUICKEN or go to rocketmortgage.com.
For JD Power award information, visit jdpower.com. Rate Shield approval only valid on certain 30-year fixed-rate loans. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender. License in all 50 states. NMLS number 3030.
Hey, I'm Andy. If you don't know me, it's probably because I'm not famous. But I did start a men's grooming company called Harry's. The idea for Harry's came out of a frustrating experience I had buying razor blades. Most brands were overpriced, over-designed, and out of touch. At Harry's, our approach is simple. Here's our secret. We make sharp, durable blades and sell them at honest prices for as low as $2 each. We care about quality so much that we do some crazy things, like buy a world-class German blade factory. Obsessing over every detail means we're confident in offering a 100% quality guarantee. Millions of guys have already made the switch to Harry's, so thank you if you're one of them. And if you're not, we hope you give us a try with this special offer. Get a Harry starter set with a 5-blade razor, weighted handle, shave gel, and a travel cover. All for just $3 plus free shipping. Just go to harrys.com and enter 5,000 at checkout. That's harrys.com, code 5,000. Enjoy.
Tune in every 2 weeks for Disasters in the Making, where a couple of bent mind entertainment writers expound on their absolute passion and love for bad cinema and bad Hollywood. Joining us each week with Paul Young from Screen Rant and Brad Slager from numerous entertainment outlets, they get together and tear into the worst part of Hollywood in the best way possible. Join every 2 weeks on Disasters in the Making.
KLRN Radio has advertising rates available. We have rates to fit almost any budget. Contact us at advertising@klrnradio.com.
Another Bleeping Podcast. Yes, we are the podcast that can rip out your living heart and show it to you before you die. I am your co-host, Cranky Gordon, and with me is my favorite American Ninja Warrior co-host, Dawn. Say hi, Dawn.
Hi. It was really an honor to win the cage match, to be able to be here with you tonight.
It wasn't pretty, but winner takes all, you know what I mean? And
I know, and you know how much I love Sarah, but she had to go down.
Yeah, I feel the same way about Deeps, man. Turns out he's all talk, but, a little sucker punch really put him out of the action. Seems like a nice guy otherwise,
well
though.
Played.
Sorry?
Maybe we'll have him back again.
Who, Deeps?
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you send him the chocolates in the hospital?
He'll heal up nicely. He's a tough guy.
Yeah, it's cool. So, how was your week?
Started out very nicely with a nice quiet birthday and a massage, and just kind of went downhill from there, but we're not going to talk about that tonight because tomorrow's Friday. How was yours?
About the same. I mean, I'm still trying to find the hilarious fun upside of all the bullshit that went down this week with Parler and Twitter and censorship and witch hunts and all that stuff. But hey, we're Bleeping Podcast. We're gonna have some fun. Am I right?
I mean, the only upside I saw was the memes. Other than that, I was going all in on the dark humor, but other than that, I got nothing.
Yeah, that's fine. In fact, maybe we should bring on our guest sooner because this is a real get for us and a real honor, and it's good. You guys are going to love him.
And I think he has a better, more positive attitude than we do this week as well. So, you might know him from Red Eye and the Greg Gutfeld Show, or Dude, You're Screwed and Hollywood Weapons. But you may also know him as a daytime TV heartthrob from One Life to Live. We have the one and only Terry Schappert with us. How are you, sir?
By the way, clearly I missed some really high-level violence here or something.
sorry, I wasn't able to like at least ref it or something like that.
Well, we got all
Everybody
wound
wanted
up
to
watching
host.
your videos.
Yeah. Well, all the stuff I do. I was talking to one of my friends the other day about this because I've done, and I'll tell you, we could talk about how I got into doing this shenanigans. But my job is always is to entertain because, I think when I first started doing the hosting stuff, Green Beret, Terry Shepard, no one cares. And I think the biggest thing too, because I'm a trained actor as well. I mean, I just know I've told guys who are getting jobs in that business, I said, dude, don't be something that you think they want to see. Like, don't be that stoic, tough guy, because that's not interesting on film. It's way more interesting to be you. And it sounds trite, but be vulnerable, fall on your ass, and actually laugh at yourself. Cause I think I've learned that too. I led a special forces team for a few years, and I think we all can agree, no matter what your walk of life is, take your job seriously, take what life throws at you seriously, but man, do not take yourself too seriously, because you just become tedious at that point. So I try not to be that way.
Yeah, well, and I think you've already touched on a couple different parts of your life. You've really had quite a journey. So you teased us with how you got into being on TV from being a Green Beret. So why don't we start there? Kind of give
Yeah, so it was. I guess it was
background.
People say it's interesting. Maybe you call it schizophrenic or ADD. But I think So I was a kid in high school. I was a good athlete. I went to college in UNC, University of North Carolina at Wilmington. I was a bio guy, and then I switched to anthropology. But 1 year before my senior year, I ended up reading a book about the Green Berets in Vietnam, and I remember I borrowed it from a friend of mine. I read it cover to cover that night, and what it really made a mark on me wasn't the stories of their missions, which are harrowing. Those guys, like the MACV SOG guys and the Special Forces guys in Vietnam, if you don't know anything about them, read about them. But it was the black and white pictures. You saw the pictures of these cats coming back from a mission or on their way out, covered with dirt. They got their arms around each other, tiger stripe fatigues, black guys, white guys, Montagnards, and they were smiling. And I thought, these dudes are smiling at death. And, some of them didn't come back. And I thought, I want to be that guy. So as soon as I graduated, I didn't go to graduate school, which I was planning on doing. I enlisted in the Army. My dad was not happy about that because I didn't want to be an officer. So I was an infantry guy in the 82nd Airborne, and got some good experience. I was trained in Panama. We went to Ranger School. I was in the Gulf War for whatever that was, 8 or 9 months. Came back, tried out for Special Forces, made it. Went to the Green Beret Medical Sergeant's course. I was a Green Beret medic, and then I was assigned to the 1st Battalion, 10th Special Forces in Stuttgart. Ich war in Stuttgart für 4,5 Jahre, so I was there for about 4.5 years. And then so I'd been in for about 9 years, and I was like, man, I don't know. I don't know if I want to do this for a career. I could do another 12 years of it. It was just, anyway, so I was like, what else do I like to do? Well, I liked theater. So I was like, screw it. I got out of the Army, went back to New York. I auditioned for a bunch of conservatories in Manhattan, and I got into them. And so I went to Circle in the Square Theater School on Broadway. And that was like a 2-year full-time program. And then I got out of that, and I was working in Manhattan and, working at nightclubs to pay bills and, auditioning and getting into doing a lot of theater but starting to get into some TV stuff. And then 9/11 happened, and I was like, well, what the hell do I do now? Do I go on auditions or get back in the fight? And so October 2001, I re-enlisted. I looked into my options, and I joined the National Guard Special Forces. The unit was in Rhode Island, so it was about 3.5 hours from Manhattan, because I was still in Manhattan. And so I was there from October 2001 to October 2016. So I was training, deploying, and combat tours and schools and what we call JSETs and training missions. Still living in the city, still doing theater and still doing TV. And then I got a big break. I ended up hosting my own show on History Channel called Warriors with Terry Shepard. I don't know why they attached my name to it. I kept arguing with them. I go, no one knows who I am. No one, you know what I mean? Like, it was called Warriors with Terry Shepard, my first show. I was like, no one's going to give a crap about that. But anyway, so I love that show. That's probably still my favorite show that I ever did. It was my first one, and they didn't do another season of it. They liked the ratings, but I guess it wasn't enough. So then I did Shark Week. I did a big thing on Shark Week. I did Dude, You're Screwed, a survival show. I filmed in the Czech Republic because I don't know if I speak it fluently now. I was a pretty good Czech speaker in the military, so I filled in Prague. And the whole time I'm doing all this stuff, though, I'm still on a Special Forces National Guard team, so I'm still training and deploying. And the last 5 years, I retired in October 2016. The last 5 years, I was a team sergeant. So I was like the senior ranking enlisted guy on the team. And so running the training and deployments and all that kind of stuff. And then my last job, which I'm still doing now, is Hollywood Weapons on Outdoor Channel. And yeah, that's where I am now. I just turned 55 in December, and I'm an old beat up man now. And that's kind of how it happened. So it's been a good run. I've lost a lot of good friends in the war, and could have been me, so I don't regret doing it. It definitely took my quote unquote traditional acting career out the window, because you have to be in New York or LA and audition. You got to read. They call you into a part. You got to go. Well, I was gone a lot. So that kind of went away. So that's maybe something I could return to again, but now I don't know. Kind of like what I'm doing now. Yeah. So that's my story. I'm sticking to it.
Good. Are you going? Is there going to be a 2021 season of Hollywood Weapons?
I sure as hell hope so, Cranky. We were told we were going to maybe hear pretty soon. I don't know how it's going with, I think that's just been delayed, or, because I don't think they were ready. I thought we were going to start maybe potentially filming this spring. Doesn't look like that's going to happen, but they haven't said they're not going to. So I hope we do. It's a really fun show to do. It's a really fun show. I mean, we had some cool guests too. Tom Selleck was on, Gary Sinise, and it was, and I get to be an idiot. I get to dress up. I always joke around with people too. I go, guns, boring. Wait, I get to dress up like Celine the Vampire from Underworld? Okay, I'm in. You know what I mean? So
yeah. When you dressed up as Captain Kirk to fight the Gorn, I mean, you were my hero. I didn't realize you were cool. I thought you were just a fellow nerd until I really went deeper. But that was freaking amazing. Because I've always known you can kill a Gorn, but I never knew how. And for that, I am indebted to you, especially next time I'm on Cessna 3.
It can be done. Oh, you even have Cessna 3. Dude, that place we filmed that too. In the actual, so we actually went to Vasquez Rock, which is where they filmed that outdoor stuff with him. You can see that. And then the interior shots were all done in this upstate New York, Ticonderoga. This guy has built a complete a whole rebuilding of the Star Trek Enterprise because he used to work in that field, like all the plastic buttons, the color schemes. You're like walking on the set. It was crazy fun. Crazy fun.
That's awesome.
It's fun.
So the question is, and this is funny, I'm not the only one asking, but I don't know if you've ever answered. How did you get a James Doohan look-alike to work the transporter? Did you know what I was searching on YouTube?
Funny? Funny story, Gordon. I'm so glad you're bringing this up. So they never told me. I get that dude is a local dude, and no one told me. They hid him from me because they didn't want me to see him, right? And so there's a scene where he's behind me, and he said something, and I turn and look, and my surprise is genuine. I'm like, dude. Like he really looked just like James Doohan. It was hysterical. Yeah, he's a local guy. And so it's actually a museum you can go to. You can go buy tickets to it and walk through it. And a lot of people like us who are into, that kind of stuff go there. And, local people live there. They'll dress up. But that guy, gosh, I forget his name. He was awesome because I turn around and go, holy crap, Scotty's Scotty's on the bridge with me right now. Yeah. I mean, little things like that really make a show, I think, really fun. And, when I was offered the show, it was kind of be a bit more of just a straight gun test thing. And I even said to them, I'd done some other stuff for Outdoor Channel, so we had a great relationship. But I was like, this sounds kind of boring, man. It's kind of, it's sort of been done. What if we, since it's Hollywood Weapons, let's bring the Hollywood part into it. Let's like reenact some of the scenes and get some of the references and sort of like inside jokes and let me dress up and, let me play some of these parts. And Outdoor Channel, to their credit, really let us run with it. It wasn't just me. It was like the writer, Danny Ram, Larry, my co-host, and the director, John Carter. Like we have a really great team, and once we opened that can of worms, we couldn't stop. So every season we got even more, I think, more funny, more wide open. My sidekick Pompeo, the Spanish guy, he's so great. Like he was such a good sport. and it's become a different kind of show than I think they initially envisioned it. But I think it's better. I do think it's better. I think it's more entertaining.
Good, cool.
You definitely seem to be having fun with the costumes.
I think, and that's the point, Dawn, too. Like, I've had a lot of people come up to me and say, dude, I like watching that show with my kids. So that's good. Like that's actually a positive thing. And I hope people, and the other compliment I've got, people who know me well, guys in the military or friends of mine who are really good friends of mine, they're like, dude, you're exactly like that in real life. So the idiot that you see on the screen, that's the idiot that I am. So I'm not acting. I'm really being dumb Terry, who's like, having a lot of fun. And it's just, I hope we get to do another season because it's been so much fun. So much fun.
Very good. And then you also specialize in improvised weapons.
Yeah. So a while.
What's your favorite improvised weapon? Something that would not necessarily be a weapon.
I mean, honestly, there's nothing that isn't a weapon. And it was funny. It was a few years ago. This guy, Adam Slutsky, reached out to me. He's written a lot of different books. And he was kind of like, I'll ghostwrite it for you. I was like, well, let me contribute a lot. So we kind of worked on it together. I wanted to it was called The Guide to Improvised Weaponry. I fought tooth and nail. I wanted to call it the Green Beret's Guide to Lazy Street Survival. And I thought that was right? I thought that was a cool title, but the publishers really pushed back and like, well, we don't want to get, it's an official Green Beret. I said, dude, if a SEAL puts his name on a book, everybody buys it because I said, we don't, it's my interpretation of it. It's not an official U.S. Army Special Operations. Anyway, so I didn't get my wish. I wanted to call something fun like that because I wanted to be, it was kind of like a one-off thing, and it was pretty fun. I mean, I think the stuff I put in there, sort of the survival type things and mindset stuff, I think was my contribution to it. Some of the silly weapon stuff, we were just batting stuff around. I mean, the biggest thing on a improvised weapon is the surprise of the person you're fighting with, because they don't expect you. I mean, you could have a water glass and just crash into their face, or if you're at a restaurant, you're surrounded by weapons. You've got knives and forks or a rigid menu. You take that and crack someone. So it was really, he proposed the idea and I was like, yeah, we'll do it. And, some people bought it. It was not a huge success, but it was fun to do, and that's part of all just sort of thinking outside the box. I hate that term because it gets overused, but it is, it's when people ask what are Green Berets, we have a lot of fun with the Rambo thing with the, okay, we have fun, but I just tell people Green Berets are problem solvers. That's really what it is. We're given a specific mission, but a lot of latitude. That's why the selection process is the way it is. The training is what it is, because we want to weed out guys who maybe just don't think well on their feet. It's not like you're a bad soldier, but you got to sort of think differently. And, and also never take no for an answer. Like if we can't do that. Yeah, we can. We'll either go around you, under you, over you. If we have to, we'll go through you. But the best way is just it's a thinking man's game. And that's what attracted me to it in Special Forces for sure.
I think my best improvised weapon is my dog. But
that's a good weapon.
7 pounds.
Yeah, you throw that freaking crazy multi-poo. Yeah, he'll just snarl a snarling ball of fur and teeth, man. People never saw that coming.
He's very ferocious.
A bag of dog poop might be a pretty good improvised weapon too. I put that in there.
Yeah,
because
I remember.
If you're like that crazy weirdo with a bag of dog poop in the city, man, I mean, the guy's going to think twice. That's the thing about that book. I also said, I go, the thing is too, a lot of people who are victims of sort of street crime and stuff like that, if you sort of seem like someone they can take, they're going to go. But if you crazily fight back, and it's almost like when you see in the wild, like a lion gets smacked on the snout by something, it's like, holy shit, you just took them out of their OODA loop. They're just like, I don't even know, maybe this isn't worth it, So it's a scary world though, too,
Yeah. I hate to do the segue from fighting with dog poop bags to dogs, but that was the other thing I really wanted to get to with you tonight. And I know we're going to be short on time here, but you're a dog hero. I tell you, I really appreciate.
Well, I joke. People are like, "Oh, you're so great for adopting old dogs." I go, "Listen, don't kid yourself. I only adopt these old sick dogs because I'm old and I can outrun them. That's it." No, but it is always something. I volunteered at different shelters, and I started, adopting senior dogs years ago. And it breaks your effing heart every time, because sometimes I don't know. I get a dog and I don't know what time bombs are ticking. Like, I had a dog last January around this time. I adopted this hound dog named Hazel. She was going to get euthanized. She's probably 10 years old, used as a breeder. A lot of those hunting dogs, the coon hounds and stuff, just get thrown away. So I've never had one of them before. So I adopted her, and 8 months later, I had to put her to sleep because she had bone cancer, and it sucked. But I've also had dogs live for years. I just got Larry in September. I hope he's doing good. I've also adopted cancer dogs where I knew I wasn't going to have them long. But I don't know. It's not like I just think it, and it hurts. Like every time I lose one, it rips my heart out. But I keep going back to it, not because I'm a strong person or a good person. I just go back to it because I think, well, shit, someone's got to give them a chance, and someone's got to, at least maybe their last days, they know they're warm, they're loved, they got food, and they don't have to worry about anything. If I can do that, then I've done something good. I mean, that really is it. It's nothing special, honestly. It's just, I found, like, once I started adopting senior dogs, I was like, those are the kind of dogs I got to get. Cause I know working at a shelter, those are the dogs that get passed over all the time. Everybody wants a puppy.
Yeah. Yes. And I'm sure that you can tell in a lot of cases how happy they are. And,
sometimes it takes a while for them. Yeah. Sometimes they're immediately like, holy shit, is this real? Right. They're in Willy Wonka's cat. Cause I don't train dogs. I'm the laziest dog owner. Like, cause they're just my friends. So like hey man, you get to run of the house, try not to destroy stuff. But sometimes it does take them a little while to bloom, and that is also a really satisfying thing to see them come from maybe where they're in the shelter and they're like overwhelmed and they're kind of beat down. And then all of a sudden you start seeing these little hints of their behavior that, like, okay, now I'm really seeing who they are. And that's rewarding for me.
I can see that.
Yeah. I don't know what I would do without them. My dad died in September, and I was like, oh shit, I was helping take care of mom has her little dog, but I was like, I just on a whim, I just looked on the internet and looking for senior dogs, and here's this guy pops up. I was like, oh boy, I got to meet him. As soon as I met him, I knew I was going to get him. And he's a pain in the butt, but he's awesome.
He's got quite a face on him.
Yeah, he has got the face. He's like a cartoon dog face. He's like a rough or something like that.
Great. All right, Cranky, I'm monopolizing our guest here.
No,
what do you want to talk about, Cranky? What do you want?
It's funny. After the Star Trek discussion, I think we lost all the ladies in the chat, but the dog talk brought them all back. So you've saved the show with heart.
Yeah, we're boxes, aren't we? Cranky, we're nerds, and I'm proud to be a nerd, Gordo, because I grew up also, I was a really good football player, good athlete, but I also was a D&D nerd, I guess. And so I started playing when I was in 7th or 8th grade. And I think that was just instrumental in me doing so well in school. I mean, I like and this is not a bragging thing. I'm just trying to point some correlation. So what 8th grader or 9th grader is reading books on, Norse mythology and medieval castle construction, and then putting kind of all that tied together. So we'd play Friday night football game, and all the other dudes would go out drinking and try to hook up with girls. I'd go meet my D&D friends, and we'd play till the sun came out. But it was right. You get it, right? You've been there.
Well, sort of. Let's put it this way. In the basement, we were so thrilled that you came and joined us. We hung around you so that we didn't get beat up, and we were just thrilled that you knew the Hydralisk from from a basilisk.
I also play tomorrow night, dude. So here's the thing. So but I think I also, what that did though was give me a really good reading base and vocabulary. Like when I took the SATs, and I guess it was 83 or something like that, because I started college in 84. The SAT was the verbal and math, right? And each score was 800 max. I think I got like 780 verbal, and it's not because I'm smart necessarily. It's just because I read so much, and I was used to also communicating that way. And so I think again, I thought D&D's hit a real resurgence now. I see it. It's like kind of the cool thing to do. It's like cool to be a nerd, but I was never ashamed. I was never ashamed of it. I think it was really great. And I'm playing again now. There's a group here in the North Carolina area that I play with when I'm in town, and I run a campaign. I also play a game called Call of Cthulhu, which is a role. Have you ever heard of it?
No, I play the PC games now, not the board games anymore.
Oh, see, and I don't do computer stuff. Like I hate computer shit. I hate it. Like I have to have the table. I have to have the guys around the tabletop. We've played it on Zoom and you can do it. It's just not as fun. But Call of Cthulhu is obviously based on H.P. Lovecraft, but it's a horror game, bit of a different, more investigative. But I run a version of it called Pulp Cthulhu. So picture like Indiana Jones fighting the evil mythos. And so I run a campaign for Pulp Cthulhu. And I also, tomorrow I play with a group of guys. They invited me. They're all these like well-known sci-fi writers and stuff. And the DM, the dungeon master, is James Ward, one of the original D&D guys.
Really?
He was back. Yeah, he was one of Gary Gygax's people. So it's really so. I'm playing that tomorrow from like 3 to 6:30. I look forward to that. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun.
Great, man.
Yeah, it's a great game. It's a great game. It's a great game. It's a really great game. And all of those games there's so many good ones too. Cyberpunk is a cool tabletop game. Alien, they just had a new tabletop role-playing game for Alien, which I got